improving the communication with community and etc. And we're going to be helping the team basically to implement these strategies.
All right. All right. So what does your day-to-day work look like? Somebody would, a lot of people would
Yeah,
wonder.
interesting one. Interesting one. So I would say like my day to day is just gonna be looking like, first of all, just like find out what I'm gonna be researching today, whether I'm gonna be researching on like the marketing narrative part or whether I'm gonna be researching on the community part, and just like finding out, okay, what am I gonna be researching today, and then set up different kind of goals of like, this is the exact area I'm going to be looking into, whether it's community users growth, or do I need to use dual analytics for that, or whether, for example, for marketing, do I want to dive into the social media and go through like the thread and like just check out the copies on the website like this. And then I'm gonna be like, probably in the evening, after all the research, you're gonna be coming up to like a Notion page with all of your insights of like, okay, I think this part they're good, they have a very strong narrative in a social media presence. However, the narrative is not it's too technical for like the normies to understand. That's why they didn't get too much engagement. So that's how we're gonna be like dredging out the results and the insights at the end of the day.
That's cool.
So
I have a question for you, but
Yeah, sure.
sorry, Unicorn. Which are the areas that you have recognized that DAOs needs the most help with?
Treasury. Treasury, especially with the market conditions right now. A lot of the DAOs previously, they didn't have a risk management team, and they didn't feel like they needed to. And right now with the market conditions, with like everything's crashing down in price, the treasuries that did not have like a solid incoming revenue stream, and at the same time is heavily denominated in of very volatile assets that are not in stables, then they're right now in big problems. So right now, I would say just like while like the DAOs is still they're still able to do that, like diversify their assets, fund a risk management team, and start doing it from now on.
have you experienced these problems in your own organization, or are you thinking about going all over the Web3 space and seeing that this is a common problem? Um, and I'm still wondering, why do you think it's the one of the biggest ones? Is it because of the of how risky it is and how accountable one has to be when managing the treasury also?
I think it's one of the most immediate, and I would say it's like one of the most important thing like the DAOs should be focusing on, like literally right now, because the market is getting slightly a bit better compared to just like last week or something. And a lot of the DAOs, like they have like marketing people, they have community people, and it's not that difficult for them to have the right people for that and then optimize later on, and it's a long process anyways. But for the treasury, it's like it's an ignored part by many different DAOs, and even for many of them that are kind of like in deep water and are like 100% in their native tokens, right now they still didn't realize, okay, this is actually an issue. I think that makes it like the most important, most imminent thing for the DAOs to focus on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But obviously, there are many other issues like community and marketing. That's many DAOs are facing like huge issues, and also decentralization that part. But in terms of like the urgency, I will focus on the treasury.
Yeah, for sure. It is what affects us all, like in the most direct way.
Yeah, yeah.
But
It's
you
like
also
it affects you that most directly, and at the same time, it's like most DAOs are like, oh, we want to be more decentralized and all that, but you need people to do that, and they don't have the treasury, they don't have the money to pay people to do that. And I think that's like this biggest issue. Like you have to secure the source of the funding, and then you can kind of like distribute the funds and optimizing other areas.
All right. Yeah. Like I would stay away from a treasury as much as like as I wouldn't trust myself with it, and
it's a hectic area. I think that's probably why like many of them didn't touch upon that part, because it's so difficult to find like a good risk manager or someone that can really do a good job managing the treasury. It's so much harder than finding a marketer or finding a community manager. Yeah.
And that's interesting to hear, actually, because there's also, it seems that the marketing is also something that is missing in this space. And I think you have previously also in maybe one of our community calls have also made that claim, which is very true, because this space is filled with hackers and engineers who want to build and are obsessed with the output and the product, which is good. I actually have this like to want to have something that has quality. It's good, and it's even artistically aligned with what somebody wants to do. But the marketing aspect is something that's not there. So I want to ask you, what's the biggest trap for people who get into Web3 marketing with a Web2 perspective, who want to make this transition, but there's something that's not maybe as a sort of mindset or methodology that is very different, like very, very different in Web3?
Good question. Yeah, I think Web2 and Web3 marketing, they're like so different. Like I was doing Web2 marketing before I transitioned into Web3, and I just have to relearn basically every single thing. The assumptions you have in Web2 marketing is basically narrative, branding, and advertisement. Advertisement is a huge part, and also tracking. Like with your like user journey, like you have the user funnels and etc. in Web2 marketing. Like you're gonna warm up the audience. You're gonna use all different kinds of trackers, cookies, to say like how many of them have converted into like a community, how many of them have clicked on like your threads. But that's just not possible in Web3. With Web3, like first of all, you don't have the trackers, and the trackers are like, if you do have one or two like geographic location and etc., they're like largely misleading with like this vast number of people using VPN. So first of all, you just have to change the method that you just can't track things. Like you can't track like where your user coming from, like from your website, like the data from your Google Tag Manager, something like that. And when you can't track that, you can't optimize based on the numbers you're seeing on the screen. And that leads to another thing, just basically ignoring the fact that Web3 is community oriented. Like a lot of things that you are using statistics in Web2 to track are manifesting in the form of community interactions in Web3. So, for example, if you want to know like about geographic locations of your users, just dive into your Discord channel and see like what language are people posing. Like if for example, like if it was just like a bunch of like Chinese people suddenly jumping into the Discord and starting posting things in Chinese, asking where's the Chinese channel, then you know there's a substantial numbers of Chinese people, Chinese users at least, that are actively trying to participate in your Discord, in your project. Previously, if you just like use Google Tag Manager, it's gonna tell you, oh, like this week there was like 100 traffic coming from China, and you know you need to like probably like translate the docs for them. But now even if you don't have the trackers, just really dive into your community and see what's happening there. I think that's a big change in the mentality of like just not to be data driven, but instead of like being community driven. And at the same time, it's like in Web2, you can easily spin up ads and just get shit tons of like excuse my language, with like the users coming from like outside and don't previously know about your project, and just like see the ad and click on ad and come trying out your product and etc. But right now, like what's happening in Web3 is like you literally just can't use the ads that will literally like just label you as like a sharecoin project. If you can't use the ad like in a cultural sense, then what else can you use? You produce content. Web3 is, I think, in my opinion, is really heavily relying on producing content. If you just build like a good enough product, you can possibly like succeed in Web2 with like a good advertisement and etc., getting a lot of users throughout the user funnel. But in Web3, it's like you can have a really good product, but if you can't really like build up your community around it and build up your content to funnel the community members from other the communities, from like just randomly from Google trying to search for like some solutions, funnel them like into your product, then you're gonna be failing. Like right now, like in Web3, for most of the projects, like the way they produce content is like called producing like the thought leadership. So they're gonna be writing a lot of threads, a lot of like user documents, a lot of like different kind of articles explaining like, okay, what is the project about, what's the industry about, and why you should be using this specific product. And also another thing which is also related of like the importance of like you producing your own thought leadership and content is that in Web3 the products are so easily forked. How do you differentiate yourself from others, like exactly the, well, not exactly, but 99% the same other projects? You need to produce the content and you need to like build your community around yourself without using all the trackers, without using any ads, and without kind of like significantly differentiate yourself from other competitors that can just easily fork you.
This is such a great point, because what I've heard many times is, oh, we have an amazing product and it will sell by its own, or people are going to start using it just because it's incredible. Normally devs say this, and then the marketing people are like, you need communication, you need content, and there is this fight between the two parts, and it's, happens a lot.
Yeah, I think I've talked about it like in the last panel talk I did with Metagame. I talked about like just for the technical builders, sometimes they don't even get it. Even if they've been like building Web3 for like several years, they feel like, okay, I built this like amazing product, why no one is using it? Like this is so much better than all the other platforms. The fee is cheaper. It's much faster user interface, user experience is so much better, but why no one's using it? Because like no matter how good is a product, it can be easily forked and it can be easily optimized. And at the same time, it's like if you don't have your community around you, you literally won't be having that much of a user base of like just knowing about the product to actively trying it out. Another cultural thing I think around the community of also around knowing there's a better product wise, but still using a less good product. I think there's also a cultural thing. Web3 is like, can I trust the project? Many teams are anonymous, or even if they're not anonymous, they still are a risk being like debugging their users. So for the users' perspective, they're gonna be like, okay, this product is like kind of like faster for like half a second, but kind of like cheaper, like for like $1 or $2. Now the user experience, is indeed better than other ones, so it's much easier to use. But however, can I trust the team? Like I'm not in the community, like I can't see the team actively talking to me. This is a much better product, but would I risk just like losing everything using the product and abandon another project that's like slightly worse, but however I know who's behind it, I've been using it for so long, and I sort of trust the team. So I think for Web3 project, especially if you're really, really technical and you want to push your product out, you really need to build a community and the content around it to build the trust, and build the thought leadership.
What do you think it's the content that it's most effective to reach these goals?
Oof, difficult question, Anna.
Memes.
Memes, like
dank memes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very valid point, to be honest. Like, till this day, the best guerrilla product marketing are done through memes in 4chan and Reddit. No matter how many memes you post on Twitter, the algorithm is not that good, and the community, the feeling of like feeling belonging something is not as strong as like just building a meme around it in Reddit and in 4chan. However, like in terms of like thought leadership, um, like in comparison with memes, I would just feel like, okay, I belong to this. I feel identified like with this meme. We want to build a thought leadership like in the space for your product. The good way is to produce medium to long content. But this like writing long Twitter threads introducing about your product, to comparisons, or just talking about the industry, on which direction it's going, what has happened before, what lessons you've learned on Twitter is really, really helpful. Twitter has this algorithm that is kind of it push threads and this kind of like valuable content in front of like many different people. I know like projects that have like just having amazing products like posting on Twitter all the time, but they just don't get so much engagement and having like so many people like believe, okay, they are the product they should be using. But once they started producing threads, the Twitter algorithm push it in front of so many people. So many people see the thread, they see the content and see the value in it, and then like they're gonna be thinking, okay, this product knows what it's doing. This product knows what's its niche in the market, and that's why probably this product is also gonna be good. So on Twitter marketing, I would just really suggest focus on doing threads, not ignoring memes, but at the same time just really focus on producing like threads contents. And for the long content, police we're talking about like the articles. For the articles, I would just really suggest I focus on like something that is providing a lot of values not only to your users but for everyone that's kind of like looking to learn to know more about industry. So when you're like doing like a Medium articles, it's gonna take a lot of time to write about it, and it's gonna take a lot of people's times to read about it as well. So you don't want to just like produce a Medium content that's only your users know specifically, okay, what's it gonna be about and why it's good for me to use it. But you want to produce a Medium article that is for everyone, like in the whole industry, to have to understand it and have something to learn from it. So I would suggest like, yeah, Medium content is really should be focusing on like teaching people and educating people.
And if you have any questions, you can ask them. But I also have some. So if you do have something right now, you can go for it.
No, go on.
So first of all, you mentioned 4chan and Reddit, and especially 4chan was something that I didn't expect to hear. I mean, I've never seen it being talked, especially in a Web3 marketing kind of aspect. That's very interesting to hear. So are people doing like marketing right of 4chan now? Wasn't aware of that.
A lot of projects like doing underground marketing is on 4chan and Reddit. I mean, Reddit is a more popular company to 4chan, but on 4chan, it's like the community, you're going to build a hardcore community around you, and they're going to be your best organic sellers. And that's literally the best guerrilla marketing ever. Because whoever you're attracting, like on Twitter or through your Medium, they're there just for your content, for your value. But they won't be like creating memes around you. They won't meme you into existence. They won't be like, okay, I'm this project. Like that project is me. I self-identify with no matter what the project is building, and I'm self-identified with their values, and I think they're representing me as well. That's how you build a really hardcore culture or like a community around yourself and around the project most specifically. So yeah, like for example, like Channing's PayPay, that like the Channing girl, that meme, it was literally like memeing the Channing into existence. Like when you just first look at it, like the Channing girl, like branding, like with the PayPay, it doesn't look as corporate at all comparing to the Channing website branding, but it works people love it. And people are using like the channeling payment like memes like more than ever, than like anything else, like other memes relating to like channeling. So that's also like a cultural aspect you need to think about. Is like in Web3, it's like the project exists when the meme exists. You need to make the meme live in order for your project to live longer. So meme your project into existence is like kind of like one of the most important suggestions, I think.
Yeah, certainly. It seems like as more and more millennials go into these positions and take it from corporate hands, we're gonna see more meme driven economies popping up.
Yeah. It's a wider cultural thing, but what the project needs to do is basically to identify this is a cultural trend. It's kind of inevitable and just like ride the tide. Also, like another thing I think, also very importantly, is for memes to convey a technical message. So many projects, such as channeling, is so technical, like nobody understands how Oracle works, and I'm sure like whether anyone on this call understand how Oracle exactly works and how a node holds the data and like just really like on chain and broadcasting or different kind of networks, for example. So you don't know about it, but you like channeling. You think it's infrastructure for the whole blockchain. Why? Because they memed this narrative into existence. It's like you don't have to understand, okay, what's this technical project about. You don't have to read the technical documents, but you understand the meme. And the meme is channeling is great. Channeling is infrastructure. Channeling is core to the blockchain development. And you understand and you remember the narratives behind these memes, and that's how you understand the projects that you essentially can't understand. Oh, Anna, I see you're sending a message in the chat.
Yeah, it seems that we have a question from our chat coming from Misanth, which asks, what are some examples of bad, toxic approach to marketing that is detrimental in the long run, but may seem trendy and effective in the current space?
Interesting question. Very interesting. I think it depends on how you define the current space, because the space has changed so much in the last 6 months. So like I would say one of the most common and toxic marketing approach of all times is being product centric and instead of being community centric. Like many like developers or team members, they feel like, yeah, I have a great product, I have an amazing platform, and I can just like be building and delivering instead of communicating. And that's really toxic, because the community don't know what's going on. The community don't know, okay, what's next. The community gonna be like, okay, I have this question that might be stupid, but what the code team is not talking to me. And that builds up the really toxic the community culture that eventually, no matter how good is your product, no matter how good is your other marketing efforts, if the community decides to turn their back on you, they're gonna be the ones that cancels the whole project. You will be living with a good product but with no users. So I think that's one of the most toxic approach. And many, actually even right now, many teams, they don't get it. Many teams feel like, okay, the community is not happy. What can we do for them? We deliver another update. So for the community, they were like, oh, we don't want another update. Once you're coming to us and explain what was the last update. And the core team, sometimes they just don't get it. They were like, oh, we just keep delivering. Community not happy, another update. Community not happy again, like another update. Another features, another staking pools. But for the community, just like confused. It's like, there was 5 updates ago, like you didn't explain what's going on. And to now, like you're just like delivering things that we don't understand, and just more and more questions build up, and that erodes the trust. Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest one. And the 2, I would say, just like you randomly using shillers, just trying to promote like on Twitter whatsoever with like low quality comments. That's one of the biggest thing, and it's quite common. But right now I see less and less people doing that.
I guess it would reduce the engagement rate anyway. Or just be spammy, which people don't want to see, which may be what this question maybe was hinting at. Because it is also, let me see it again, are examples of toxic approaches to marketing, which I would expect that maybe because we saw the rise and fall of so many DeFi projects, especially like Olympus, like we also seeing what happened with the whole Frog Nation thing. With was it OX Sifu?
Yeah, Sifu.
And this 3-3 meme, which ended up being very like it hyped a lot of people, but it then like made the whole thing crash.
Interesting aspect. So from my perspective, it's like the 3-3 meme did amazing in terms of like marketing efforts. It's so effective that it looped so many people in, and it's so effective into like just getting the users and actually getting them to hold on to the product. That's the end goal. And even the whole thing around like Seifu, the Seifu himself kind of turned it into a marketing event for himself. Like right now he's still trolling on Twitter and he's still like kind of fine. And people are just starting kind of comparing to him and with other people. It seems like, oh, Seifu is kind of okay. So from the pure marketing perspective, these two marketing are just done way too good, to a point that even the product is kind of like inherently like detrimental. Seifu himself is kind of like criminal at this point. But like the marketing has been done so good that's kind of like starting to turn things the other way. And I think from certain perspective, like this end result is toxic and definitely suboptimal for the whole space. However, just from a pure marketing perspective, they're so effective. And I would say if you're a legit project and building legit things, and you want to kind of like really push your marketing forward, just learn how they did their marketing and just learn the good part and ignore the toxic part regarding the product and regarding the team. Just like take the good part and apply that to your own marketing, and you're going to be really, really successful.
Yeah. It's probably a very complicated issue. To define success, the marketing success of that.
The thing is, what I also found, for example, if you look at like different like cult groups, like in the US, like even QAnons and stuff, they have the best community building strategies. Like they have a whole kind of community onboarding strategies, and they can like explain to people, okay, why are we here, why are we gathering, and what we want to achieve. And they can onboard people so much easier into believing whatever they're building, and like kind of actively contribute and believe it, like that's their like a mission, compared to many like the best DAOs in the space. Like the best DAOs in the space right now, they're having issues with like losing talents. They're having issues with like delegates receiving a lot of votes, and they just don't vote, and they have like low turnout rate and whatsoever. Even if like they're like multi-billion-dollar protocols. So like right now we're in a space where we're just trying to deliver like the good products, but there are some like really good, probably a bit like dirty marketing strategies that we actually need to learn and kind of apply it to good projects.
All right. And it seems like we hit time right now. So thank you, Pat.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, for sharing these insights.
Yeah, I'm happy to be
It's
here.
very helpful, actually.
Yeah, I hope it's kind of like his thoughts intriguing, because I know a lot of things like what I've talked about is kind of like it's gonna be like kind of like different from what you're hearing before, but it's like all done through research, and it's like these are opinions of how I think the projects, especially the digital ones, should be really doing the marketing community in the space. So I'm happy to answer any questions like later on in the community, or like just like tag me on Twitter to answer like more questions around this, because I can assume like there's gonna be a lot more questions coming up.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
So thank you,
Thank
Pat.
you so much.
See you around.
Okay, see you guys around. Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
Thank you. See you.
Bye.
Okay, so next up seems like we have 0x Rock from SignDAO, but we're still waiting for him. So Humberto, if you're around in the JobFair in Crypto Voxels, you could share your screen if you'd like. All right, let's see what's going on there. And if
Hey,
you're
you hear me?
hey, yeah, I can hear you now.
Cool. Yes, so we have the job fair here in CryptoVoxels. Here we have some people checking the links, and we have some NPCs dancing and putting all the vibe. We have here Meta Guild, which is offering the content creator role. You can check it out, all the information if you come here. And we have she here, Shenigan, and here we have someone from Shenigan that is here for answering any questions.
All right.
Hello.
Seems you were like this is the, we have time for that, so maybe if you can stick around, we can see the rest of them because it seems like we have Rock here.
Hey, Rock.
Yes, sir.
We are showing the job fair.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Looks amazing. No, actually, it looks amazing.
It's an immersive job fair of Web3 jobs and opportunities. Currently, we have all for Climate DAO, we have Solidarity Card, and we have Shenigan and Giveth.io, and also Meta Guild. So there are tons of opportunities. If you know somebody that is looking for a job or an entry point to Web3, tell them to come here.
Oh wow, that sounds amazing. We'll do definitely.
Cool. Let's
Very
go
nice.
with you.
So I guess I'm gonna share my screen, if that's okay.
Yep.
Let's do.
Awesome. Then I guess I can start whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah, for sure. And at first, it would be nice to share a bit of information about yourself and what you mostly do before we get right into the meat.
Sure. So I'm actually one of the founding members of ShineDAO. Before Shine, I used to work as an entrepreneur in residence in early stage European startups when I was mostly focusing on product and growth. I got into crypto back in 2016, mostly speculating at the time, to be fully honest. And like after DeFi summer, I really saw some better use cases, and that really made me kind of convinced to even quit my job and go full-time crypto at the time. Before giving ShineDAO my full attention, I was part of an incubator where my co-founder and I were building like a frictionless DeFi savings account. We wanted to give some piece of ownership to early users and create a DAO and governance and distribute fees to token holders. But that was kind of late in 2020. And at the time, it kind of seemed like VCs were not really on board with that idea. Also it made us realize that usually when you raise capital, you don't want just capital, but you want some other value investors can bring to the table. And unfortunately, also like most of the VCs we talked at the time were not really able to provide much more than just capital. And that kind of led us into like conversations with some other friends who were also in similar position. We started to talk about what would be like the ultimate support we would want to get for kind of building decentralized products. And we also talked to a bunch of other early stage teams and tried to get some insights about that. We kind of realized that it's a bit different building like Web3 product than Web2 because they're often like open source, decentralized, and community owned. And often really this kind of core defensibility and value of something comes from the community of stakeholders and their network effects. And talking to more than 50 early stage builders, we realized that they sometimes built innovative stuff, but they struggle to create those network effects in a sustainable way. So we were just like thinking, oh, what if we create a community of, I don't know, founders, developers, designers, bridge builders, people who are like deep in DeFi and Web3, and allow them to have skin in the game in promising projects. And we've been exploring that for over a year, almost, yeah, a bit more than a year now. And yeah, I would love to tell you more about it.
Yeah, it seems like you did a full exit to community.
Sorry?
Seems like you did a full exit to community.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also
Exactly.
very brave of you to just go full in on Web3. It seems like you're one of the true believers, probably why you're here right now at this moment still.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's exciting space, and you don't have like a lot of times in your lifetime opportunities when something completely new is created. So I think we're still very early, and everything is still very primitive. There's a lot of things that need solutions. So it's like very exciting fields to be part of, I guess.
Hey, Rock.
Yeah.
I think
Yes,
you were
sir.
mentioning something about the values, and that is super important, as you were saying. And can you tell us the values that you are promoting in Shine DAO that you were not finding in with VCs?
Yeah, so I think like there's two things that we kind of offer to early stage projects, and if I scroll a bit down, one of them is seed, and the second one is swap. So seed allows early stage teams to raise capital from community who's like deep in DeFi and Web3. And our assumption here is that it's gonna like increase the chance of success for this project if they raise like smart capital from people who are in the space, because we assume that they're gonna be able to like connect them, facilitate like introductions and so on. So that's like one part. And the second part is like focusing on the values, which is like we saw that a lot of projects struggle with like adjacent or like same problems, such as like how do you build community, how do you create liquidity on the market, and like a lot of very similar questions. And we thought, okay, like why not create like a network of people who are like experts in the field, and yeah, create a way for them to get incentivized to actually deliver milestones for their project, for those projects. And kind of how do we like align all the incentives between all those three stakeholders, and how do we create like positive flywheel where all this is happening, yeah, and creating value for everyone. So that were kind of like the main challenges, pretty much, if that answers your question.
Yes. Can you explain us a little bit more how maybe user story?
Sure.
I think
Of
if
course.
this is also a part of your presentation, it's good to. It seems we already got in, so
yeah, we did.
ready to get her from the start. I guess it will be part of it. So.
Yeah, we dived straight into it, and I was planning to present like actually different stakeholders and whether their benefits and how do they work with each other through our token economics.
Okay, so
go ahead as you please.
All right. Nice.
All right.
Yeah, so I think like I already presented like the key kind of things offered to early stage projects, but let me explain like how does it also work from perspectives of like supporters and contributors. So supporters are pretty much people who are interested in investing in early stage ideas, and we allow them to do this by like they need some skin in the game to be able to get access to our, let's say, internal launchpad, and they need to like buy Shine tokens, stake Shine tokens in a V-style contract, and then they get access to our launchpad. And in this case, they are able to pretty much buy project tokens that are vested over time to them automatically. They pay a small fee that buys back Shine, and this Shine is then pretty much distributed to contributors who are sourcing projects. And yeah, this is how we're trying to make it sustainable. Contributors and supporters can be like the same people. There is no conflicts of interests, so people can have like be in both shoes at the same time. But the difference is that contributors are actually people who are like more actively participating and actually expect something in return for doing so. And most of the time they will get Shine, and then they have like ability either to sell it on the market or pretty much stake it and get like some of the benefits in the future. So that's like the rough idea of how things work. My idea for today was to give like a rough overview, which is something that I just did. I was thinking about presenting like the major milestones, or maybe just give people the rough idea of where we are as a community at the moment. Then I would like to maybe potentially dive deeper into assumptions of our token economics model and allow people who are listening to this now to challenge some of the assumptions. And ideally, we can even have like a conversation around this. I would also love to present some of the initiatives and plans that we still have till the end of Q2, and also present like opportunities for contributors and supporters to get involved if that sounds okay.
Yeah, of course. That's exciting.
Very nice. So
let's dive in.
Nice. So I guess like our key achievements of what we achieved so far is, first, I think like we really talked to a lot of different projects. Like definitely over 50 high quality early stage DeFi and Web3 projects. And we believe we developed very good empathy around like what are the needs of early stage founders in Web3 space. I'm not sure if we have like perfect solution for those needs yet, but I think like we are very close to getting there. And I think like, having good understanding of this is obviously something that we're quite happy with. I think the second milestone that we achieved was we pretty much aligned incentives between those stakeholders through token economics. And we also forked vote escrowed token design, which is originally pioneered by Curve, also like implemented in Frax, and seems to be like a next trend. If you're not familiar with restart tokens, what they do is pretty much that they increase the weight of someone's tokens based on the time lock. So the longer people log their tokens in, this is how they express their commitment to the community. And then we give them like higher weight, higher governance power, distribute higher rewards, and so on. We believe this is like a pretty good mechanic to it seems pretty healthy, at least. Next thing that we built successfully was own a token gated fundraising platform. It's currently being rebranded because we did slight rebranding. So I can actually show you how it used to look. If you're, oh no. All right, then no. It's you will be able to access it in a week or so through Launch App, but it's currently being rebranded. I think we figured out also a pretty good way on how to source projects at very early stages and bring them into our deal flow. In total, we brought more than 120 projects in the deal flow so far. And we are also looking into possibilities in how to create automate some of the parts. So for anyone who's like excited about or new stuff being built or wants to be on top of things, I think it's kind of like an interesting opportunity. And maybe like some numbers as well. So we grew community to 1,500 members in Discord, which is sometimes like vanity metrics a lot of times, right? Like number of people in Discord doesn't really mean much, but what we can say is that 250 more than 250 people applied for contributor position. We so far had more than 100 unique supporters, so addresses investing in early stage projects. And we've launched 3 projects so far, very different ones. So we have DGen News. This is like an internal project. We wanted to tokenize content creation. And it's not like fully launched, but it kind of works. You can check it out already. It's pretty much like hacker news with token economics. Then we built like, we helped building, like a fully decentralized from day one community-owned options protocol called DeFi Options. And Cassandra, which is another way of us, like we tried actually plug ourselves into like existing team as community, and that worked pretty well as well. So we tried like 3 different things to learn, and so far we raised in total for also including Shine through our launchpad 615,000, and we haven't really focused on any marketing activities or anything like it so far. So we were so these are kind of the rough milestones around what we have been doing so far. Maybe any questions or comments at this stage?
Let's see at our YouTube chat.
All right.
Are there any? No, it's not here. Doesn't seem to be any yet. So,
I have a question.
yep.
Sure.
Okay, so in the last session, the last talk, we had Pat, and we were talking about marketing. And now you were mentioning this, like we raised this amount of money without marketing efforts. So, but you did PR by talking to this VC, or you had a network, or can you talk more about this? Just very brief to close that. But I would love to see or to know a user story. I think that will benefit the people watching this session to know how to apply, what to expect, and the process.
Yeah, very good questions. So I think like a lot of our like initial success was due to being at the right place at the right time, to be fully honest. Like when we started raising, for example, for DeFi options, it was sold out in less than like 5 minutes, and simply by posting a link into our community. We didn't even really, I'm not even sure if we made like an announcement anywhere else. I'm sure we didn't do it for Shine. And it seemed like at the time, people were almost a bit like irrational, to be honest, and just like trying to get into early in the projects early. And it's not something we wanted to take really advantage of, because we were very clear that we are not building like a typical launchpad scheme with pump and dump stuff. But I think like some of the people perceive it like this. So we got like some of the audience from there. I would say some of them were our friends. So like our friends who are also like contributors, and we're like really believing in the projects that we are working with, and also like believing in the mission of ShineDAO. So I think like I think like at least 50% I would say would be from here. And also like ourselves, we are also like ourselves like investing in those projects. So these are pretty much our supporters at the moment. But yeah, I think like the supporters also change in like different market conditions. I think like this bear market is also like opportunity for us to get like really high quality supporters who are playing who are really true believers and play the game like long term, and are not here just to like speculate on short term games. So yeah, I'm actually excited about bear market and the opportunity it brings. And yeah, I hope that answered the first part.
Yes.
I also intended to ask you about the bear market and how it affected you, but this is I got my answer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be way harder, right? Like in terms of market uncertainty, not just in crypto, but like macro uncertainty, people are not usually interested in investing in the most risky asset class out there. So like it's also like our main revenue. So it's definitely not like optimal, but we managed to build, like I can go deeper into this later, but we're almost self-sustainable because we're running very lean, and most of the people contributing are doing this as a part-time activity. So we have really organized like a DAO, and yeah, we distribute the amounts that the value that we capture, we distribute between people who brought the most value. So this is pretty much the dynamic. Yeah.
And so are you using...
maybe coming back to use? Sorry.
Yeah. No. Go on.
No. Feel free to ask. If we're using what?
No, in terms of defining the value and distributing it between participants and contributors, do you use specific tooling like reputation systems or something like Coordinate, or do you take care of that through budgeting alone?
Yeah, like we played with Coordinate at the beginning, and we believe it's like a very good tool, and we're planning to kind of bring it back because we at some point we realized that yeah, like our contributors at the time were not like involved like every day, and they were a bit struggled to understand how to evaluate each other so we realized the distribution through Coordinate was like very flat and didn't really reflect the value that so like the person who really brought the most value didn't really get so much more tokens than the person who wasn't really involved as much. So we were risking like a free rider problem. So we slightly moved away from this just to figure out how to use Coordinate better. But I think we have a better idea on how to do it now. So we're going to bring it back. And what we're distributing is going to be pretty much just like fees. So like if we raise, let's say 100K through seed for a project, 10% is going to go into buyback, and out of this, let's say 5%. So let's say 5K is going to be distributed to people who were in charge of like who either brought in the project or like helped with evaluating it, or just created some value for Shine. So this is like the standard process, but of course we also have some resources that people can apply for, or like convince the community that it's kind of a good use of resources for their initiatives, and anyone is welcome to create their own proposals on that and use treasury funds for like expanding the platform. So that's pretty much how it works. Hope that answered your question.
Yeah. It seems like you were experimenting, which is good, because
we are.
you cannot like these systems need a lot of iteration, need a lot of trial and error. They seem very easy to use, but they're really not in the community level.
Yeah, now just to say
Exactly.
it, in Gitcoin grants there is praise, the mechanism that Token Engineering Commons, the Common Stack, and the Token Engineering Academy uses. And so you might be interested in checking it. And also we have in Metagame our own MetaSys, which uses source credit. And in fact, MetaSys was the thing that triggered source credit to exist. And yep, so you can check it out and ask us whatever you want about that. We have around more minutes.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, we've been all.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, we were actually also exploring a bit with SourceCred, and yeah, it was a great tool, especially like for the engagement part. So it was very good with capturing engagement in Discord and the forum. Unfortunately, we struggled a bit with setting up like the right weights for capturing all types of contributions. So like even if someone creates like a PR, it's very hard to evaluate how much value does it bring without someone like subjectively, trying to assess it. It was very hard for us to capture all types of contributions with it, but we have like a source cred experience as well, so that was also like super interesting. But what I was thinking to do actually is to show you like some of the key assumptions that we have around like if any of those is like not really true, then something that we are currently working on is probably not going to work. And like
All right.
I would love you guys to try to help me to break them actually, and that might be fun.
I really appreciate
I'm gonna
asking
also,
for
like,
feedback.
tell you about like what
Like publicly. Yeah,
yeah, I can also tell you, like, what
I really appreciate it.
yeah.
It's hard, it's not easy to do. So kudos.
Nope. Well, like our first assumption is obviously that people are interested. That projects are interested in having individuals in their cap table before, like the IDO and before they actually like launch the tokens and so on. So like very early on, and we so far like it seems like we were quite successful with convincing, at least like we successfully really convinced 2 projects to do that, but also we got a lot of genuine positive sentiment from founders, and they like resonated with the idea of having like a bunch of individuals that are relevant to what they're doing early on in their cap table. And yeah, if what do you guys feel about that? All right, I'm gonna then jump into like the second point, which is that projects are willing to swap some of their tokens for Shine to access talent network and use them to incentivize our contributors to achieve their milestones. This one is something that we haven't really validated yet, to be honest. And Swap was just like introduced a few weeks ago. And I mean, obviously, we did some research and talked to some projects, and we feel like we are able to convince them. But I'm wondering, like, what is your perspective on this? Is this something that you might find useful even at Metagame? Would you be
So this is like bounties,
in
right?
a swap for
like people could
not just
set
for
up
bounties, but for like specific milestones?
Yeah, but let's think the
Because,
milestones like something that people can put some money into it, like, hey, I need this and like this deliverable, and I offer this amount of Shine, let's say. Yeah, I think it's very useful.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Right.
what I'm thinking is that it's very hard to say when I cannot see it in practice, because it's so much different. I guess there's so many variables that are outside of the scope.
It's true. Well, I mean, it still makes sense, I guess, to say at least what are the assumptions that we have for our model to work, and maybe I can just like go through them, and if you find anything that you think is like just like bullshit, just try to break it.
Okay, let's go.
The next thing was that supporters should invest as individuals through DAO rather than in a fund, because at the beginning we thought, okay, let's create a fund and let's have a DAO and let's let individuals to kind of like direct the funds in that fund, but we realized that there was like a bit lower engagement and people were not as responsible as if they were investing their own money. So we thought, okay, let's create like a own launchpad rather, and allow people to invest their own money. So that was one of the experiences that we had. Then we also, one of the key assumptions is that individuals are actually interested in investing in early stage projects, and like in bull market, that was like really obviously the case. As I said before, like one of the seed sales was sold out in like less than 5 minutes, like in bear market, we definitely feel like that there's like a bit negative sentiment, and that people even like talking one-to-one with many of our community members, I feel like there's less of an interest for doing that. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge, but definitely not impossible. Like people who believe in the space long term know that it's kind of like build season, and that it's like good opportunity if you're here for the long term. Then the third point was that supporters are willing to buy and stake our own token to be able to access those sales. Obviously, this creates some friction, right? It's like you need a token, and then you also need to like stake it and so on. But at the same time, it's also like a good filter, because people who are willing to do that are also like committed to community and show up for community calls and like participate. So even though we might lose some people over here, we believe like it's kind of in the best interest of community. And the fourth point is that supporters who invested in a project. Sorry, you want to say something?
Hey,
No,
yes, I
right.
want to.
Supporters who
I want
invest
to
in the
give
project.
feedback on this. So
Right.
reading them,
Right.
So I think that one important thing is to open this as supporters might be interested or might be willing, because unless you have a very, very well crafted persona, which this type of person is the supporter kind, let's say, because I don't think that all supporters are willing to do all these things, but some supporters will do. And this changing these words in your mind also open the possibility for others to participate, and the way you communicate it too. And for example, all of us, I think, are investors in projects, and we do not contribute in all these projects, but we contribute in some, or we have contributed in some. And so I think for someone to contribute into a project is because the project goes beyond a yield, a profit, a whatever, but something that the person is willing to see materialized in his her lifetime. So that is very important. This is returning to the values we were mentioning before, and about investing through a DAO rather than through a fund. Well, that depends on how you want to put things. Both are good, and might be that you will need to validate this with specific supporters that are already in your funnel, let's say, that are already supporters, that are already participating, that already have the tokens. And finally, just going to the next one, because I already read them. contributors are able to lead key activities in the project. Yes, because we have that in metagame, but you need to be very aware that chaos will emerge from that. So you will need very defined structures and or product managers that can facilitate those contributions. Otherwise, people are just going to go wild, and it might be a lose of time for everybody.
Yeah. It's true. It's also what we learned, to be honest. Like, I think like with our experience with DeFi options, for example, which was like fully decentralized, what we said was like, okay, like we have some resources. Now anyone can do whatever they think is valuable, and then let's try to do something out of chaos. And that didn't really work as well as I would say with Cassandra, for example, where they had like a internal team like owning activities, and we were still like supporting some of the activities. So it felt like it was a better dynamic, and I would say that this is actually invalidated, to be honest. Yeah, but I think like one of the other ones that we have mentioned is like that we are trying to like that we are able to build self-sustainable organization. And I think like yeah, this is also like a bunch of assumptions around that, but it seems like if we are constantly like deploying all our treasuries, and if we're like adopting like good risk management in that, while bringing at least one project like a month in community, either for swap or seed, we are pretty much self-sustainable. So we are kind of on the path there. And yeah, like this is a bit funny, but yeah, we it's also important that people have a good time and that they show up and so on. We also like saw that I'm not sure how's it at Metagame, but we really felt the difference based on the market sentiment. Again, we see this just as an opportunity to find the right people in bad sentiment now, and like expand our community with people who are here regardless of how price looks like on the chart. The final 2 points are that we are able to like build bridges with other organizations, and just try to find like mutually beneficial way to collaborate with other DAOs. And or like one idea that we're also possibly exploring now is like that other DAOs, not just individuals, might be interested in investing in early stage projects through our infrastructure.
And that last one is gold. That I think that's a great opportunity, but you will need to categorize the projects in perspectives that for DAOs are easy to navigate or to find. Let's say like tooling, like Web3 tooling, right? So a DAO will be interested in having a type of service, and they will invest in it. And this DAO can be like several contributions of DAO members that have decided to invest as the DAO, or it can just be a way for the DAO members to find interesting things for their DAO, and they might invest individually. But having this perspective is something that I find valuable.
Yeah, exactly. I fully agree with you. And this is also something we recently came up with. And my focus in the next 2 weeks will actually be to try to validate this by approaching like a bunch of DAOs, giving them a sneak peek of our deal flow, and like just showing them projects that we have in our pipeline, and just try to like gauge the sentiment for them to be if they're actually interested in this. And if yes, we could even do like some token swaps because I think like token swaps are kind of ultimate handshakes between communities in Web3. So it's definitely something that we want to try next, actually. So these are pretty much we just like went quickly through like how we think the things will work, and now I would actually love to show you what exactly we're working on at the moment, so people can know like how they can get involved. Yeah, like first objective for the end of this quarter is to accept 2 new projects. This is going to be, as I said before, a bit harder because of the market conditions, but we're still like actively working on all 3 initiatives. So with supporters engagement, we're actually actively looking for people who are interested in joining a community and interested in like investing in early stage ideas. So my job now will be to like just go around into other communities, leverage my friends and so on, like to try to talk to as many people as possible and try to like invite them into our community. We want to like increase the inflow of projects. Before we had like 40 projects, we sourced like 40 interesting projects per month, and we want to like increase that number because we realize that, of course, as always, there's only like a percentage of like really things that we really believe in as a community. So we just want to like start at the top of the funnel and like explore like tools, even build internal tools from that. We're trying to like onboard like people who are some ones who we can really learn a lot from. Like we managed to convince, for example, like a VP of growth from multi-chain to be one of those people, and we are looking to bring more of people like that because they're just like very well connected and they can bring insane value to the community. They have like good ideas. So we're definitely trying to find like more really high profile people for that purpose. So this is when it comes to objective 1. If you want to get involved in any of those activities, you can always find like the lead here, and you can just DM the lead in our Discord. Then the second thing was improving positioning of ShineDAO, because we like I was actually speaking at MetaGame like last year once, not in MetaFest, but just like a random like presentation. And
community call.
we really community call, exactly. And we really changed a lot since then, and those changes were not really reflected on our website or and so on. So we felt like, okay, we are not like really clear with what we're doing, and like for someone external it might be hard to understand what exactly is going on. So we decided to kind of like reposition, and we already like launched a new website, we updated documentation, we rolled out the new brand, and as I said, we're still working on launching the new web app. It's some parts are already done, but some parts are not yet launched, like on fundraising platform is not yet launched, for example. The contracts are obviously there, but like the front end needs to be adjusted to the new brand. And then when it comes to new token economics, this is also what I was explaining before, like all those ways to align incentives between different stakeholders and create like positive flywheel effects. This is also like new and has been launched. Like parts of it have been launched this quarter and like last month. So we already launched vShine token. We just launched reward contracts today. Actually, I need to test them, and we have already V1 version of vesting contracts that kind of allow us to align incentives long term with projects, but we're trying to like improve those and give them like a bit more flexibility so projects can choose for themselves and create proposals. So we imagine everything being trustless and happening on chain. So projects can propose, okay, we want to allocate this amount of tokens to Shine DAO community supporters with this cliff and this kind of vesting period, and the governance proposal is created. Then everyone who is a kind of supporter who has like vShine can vote with their vShine whether or not to accept this or not. If we accept it, then they have access to kind of get to this to those tokens pretty much. Yeah, we're also like applying for grants, and our goal is to secure 100K in grants. We have like also this thing in our community that pretty much anyone can apply us for grants. We have like a template created, and if anyone who gets a grant for us gets yeah, like 5 to 10% of the grant as a reward. And yeah, we're actively exploring like different ways to improve our legal setup. We have like a basic legal setup, but we want to like yeah, keep improving that all along. So this is pretty much what's happening at the moment. And I think yeah, everyone is like really invited to either participate in any of those activities, or even suggest some of their own initiatives that they believe might bring value to the community. And of course, if they're able to convince the rest of contributors and supporters, they can also get some resources to be able to complete those initiatives. And maybe just to clarify also on how exactly yeah, people, what is the actual flow to get involved. So for supporters, it's relatively easy. So if you're interested in investing in early stage projects through DAO and want to be like part of community, you just get 15K Shine, and you introduce yourself in Discord, and you kind of stake Shine to get vShine, and get and through Collabland access to all the discussions that we have around like investing in projects in our Discord. And yeah, we're gonna like organize like community calls for supporters and so on to talk about and evaluate projects together. And for contributors, we have like two different types of involvement. So one are like open bounties. Here, pretty much anyone coming to our Discord can always find like at least a bounty or two that is open and available for them to like contribute towards. And yeah, like if they want to be part of yeah, this kind of network, or like that we are using to plug ourselves into like execution / consulting arm of ShineDAO that plugs itself in to early stage projects and like deliver milestones and so on. We are they can apply by simply introducing themselves in the channel, and usually after that we schedule like a bunch of one-on-one calls and try to like make sure that we have like really people who are able to deliver milestones and have like experience. And yeah, if people don't yet have experience, they can still try to find things to prove themselves. And yeah, there's always a way when there's will, as they say. So that's pretty much yeah, how people can get involved. I'm sure there might be some additional questions, so I'm gonna give Mike back to you guys.
Well, I don't see any questions from YouTube or the community, so I don't know if you, Berto, you have any. There's also a lot of information, and I think it would be very valuable to share it around on our Discord. We have a special channel for that, guest seal links. You can share all these resources there and have feedback from people in the community. And I think we're pretty much way above time. So it was very nice to have you here. This is amazing stuff, and I'm very impressed with what is happening, and that you're still going through and fighting this fight in these difficult times.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having us. It's always a pleasure. It's a great stuff what you guys are doing. We're huge fans of Metagame. So keep up the good work, and hope to stay in touch.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you,
Thanks
Rock.
for being here.
One last thing. Check proposal inverter of Prime DAO. I sent in the chat of the speaker an article about it. You might find it useful, and that's it. Yep. Thank you for
That's
coming
amazing.
here.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the day.
Yeah,
thank you.
And for sure, a tech proposal inverter. Yeah.
Will do. Deal.
All right.
I need to get out.
Ciao.
Right, I figured out. Ciao.
So with X Rock, just retweeted our beautiful room, and I think it's time now to go on a bit of a break till our next guest shows up. So, Huberto, if you want, you can maybe show some more stuff from CryptoVoxels, or we could go on a break. What do you think?
Let's go on a break.
All right. So, hope to see you, everybody, in a bit.
certified memetic engineer?
Oh, yes. You bet I am.
Very nice. Very nice. Roberto, great to hear you again in Nova. Hi, Nova.
Yeah, I don't have a webcam in this computer, so sorry for not showing.
Oh, okay.
And it seems
no
like
worries.
we're live.
We're live.
Everybody.
Sweet. And
Yeah.
just to confirm, we've got 29 minutes, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I'm going to share my screen with everybody and tell them what's up. So here's Chrome. Here's the classic 21st century. Hey, I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so we have about 29 minutes. I don't see any like room for questions or like an audience. Are there question periods usually for these?
There is, but it's a silent day today. There's not many people. So you're free to have as much of that time as you want. So
Sweet. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'll be doing today is giving like a brief background on Eden DAO and where we started, what we've accomplished, and where we are, and then demo some like 80% complete things that we've got coming up, and show or ponder some, you could say, mechanics, crypto mechanics for the future. So to contextualize everything, hi, I'm Cyrus of Eden. A lot of people know me by Cash in a prior life, and I've done a bunch of cool stuff. But after making a viral meme app, I asked myself how I might make a historic, lasting, and meaningful impact. So I followed the question of how we might push the boundaries of humanity's climate journey. So been working on the Eden DAO since, and we want to hyperscale the regenerative renaissance. So let me show y'all a little bit of some of the advisors that we've got a chance to speak with as we've been thinking about the space, from like carbon removal experts here to some crypto public goods experts on the other end. And up until this Gitcoin round, we were the #1 refi grant. Now we're probably like #5. I actually decided to sit out of this Gitcoin round because I wanted to focus on building. I think we've gotten, the community has had a lot of faith in us, and I spent a lot of time trying to build a team into DAO. There were all these people who are interested in contributing and excited about it. And so I was like, okay, now I guess like now that there are people coming, we should figure out how to harness this energy. But over the past 6-7 months, we've had people come, have like spiritual epiphanies, and then leave to go follow their dreams. Everybody being like a part-time contributor. But we did manage to raise about $100,000 to buy permanent carbon removal tons. These are like the most rock solid way to say we're taking steps towards undoing our effect on the planet. So that was pretty nifty. And so what is like next? What are we working on? What are we trying to do? And I'm not going to go through all this stuff for a second. I'm going to show y'all 2 different pages that we've got going in development. I have got going in development. The first one is a pledge. And why I think a pledge is really important is because it helps set, some ground rules around the intention of the DAO, around where people are coming into it from. If somebody does not go through this pledge, then they're not self-selecting to be a member of this DAO. And I really got this inspiration from One Hive. They have a covenant, they have a community covenant. To become a member of One Hive, you have to pledge, you have to accept this pledge and sign something. And I thought that was really beautiful. So we have something more emotive, you could say, something very soulful, things like recognizing yourself as an expression of Mother Earth instead of separate from it, along with all its living being systems and rhythms. Just like a flower does not sprout out of the meadow, but is the meadow manifesting its nature as a flower. And we have this pledge for people to come, click through, add their Twitter username, and tell us what the world that they'd be proud to leave their children. What would that look like? Or like a regenerative renaissance, or would be money that would looks like sacred economics, for example. You can click next. You can sign with Ethereum. This thing comes up, and you can tweet it. I should probably tweet this as not the Eden DAO, but whatever. And once you tweet it, come through. I have Twitter Gold, so it might take a bit to tweet. There we go. And then you can click the verify button. Oh, that's great. Click it again. Right. That's because I put the wrong username. But anyway, you come through. This is what happens. And it gets added down here. So what we want this to lead into is, now that you've gotten, now that you've soulfully aligned yourself with our movement, then you should be able to mint your membership NFT, your governance NFT. I've been reading a lot about Vitalik's commentary on token voter governance, and that's why I think having one person, one vote could be an interesting approach. This is a video replay of an actual web app that this isn't just like a mock-up, but it lets you use your webcam to take a picture of yourself, and then it'll pixelify it and then add a background to it so that members could join Eden DAO. We were thinking of maybe even collaborating with like Refi DAO and letting members like choose a different skin or something like that. That could be cool. So that's what this whole thing is. This is our prototype for DAO onboarding. You could say, if you want to be a member of our DAO, you've got to be energetically aligned with us and tell us about the future that you want to create, share it with the world, and then mint your membership NFT so that you can participate in the different things that we are. So this is one of our things. And the second thing I want to show is this page. So the context for this page is that, I mean, actually, we should be able to figure out the context as we go along. But here, so summon carbon rocks out of the ether, right? Join the most ambitious, rock-solid attempt yet to learn the carbon magic of locking it away permanently. And Ethereum's proof of work has emitted over 16 million tons of CO2 that will remain in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. As Ethereum transitions to a proof-of-stake blockchain, let's work towards making the strongest, most rock-solid case that Ethereum is climate positive. Let's take concrete steps to settle the score permanently so that there's never any question that Ethereum is climate positive. We've got this, the Ethereum Web3. Ethereum kind of birthed a lot of Web3 for a lot of us. And it's transitioning to proof of stake. And do we really want to have these skeletons in the closet by buying carbon assets that aren't even valid as per the 2030 or 2050 Paris Agreement standards? Or do we want to make sure that the money that we would be spending is going to be rock solid and still be a valid claim to climate positivity 30 years down the line or 100 years down the line? And so that's why we want to talk about the vegan Wagyu of carbon assets. There are many different ways to capture carbon, and humanity is rapidly developing the magic, quite really, of summoning rocks out of thin air. And they're turning CO2 into rocks so that it can never go back up again. And it's not the only way, but there's a whole fund that's working on it called Frontier Climate. And Frontier Climate is the world's best proactive public goods DAO for this stuff. They have a legendary team. They've got 30 PhDs, the gigabrains from Alphabet, Stripe, Shopify, McKinsey. They almost have $1 billion in deposits, and they're stepping in to create a pledge, an almost $1 billion pledge for carbon assets, the same way that a government would have. So back in the early 2000s, the government came together and created a vaccine. There was a $1.5 billion vaccine pledge from the government of the US. and that, or from multiple countries, I think, and that created that was the capital that was needed for drug companies to go and do the research. And they were like, oh, so now that there's a buyer for this stuff, we'll go do the research so that we can achieve that. And this is sort of the same thing. It's like it's proactive public goods funding. It's, hey, we think this is important. We're going to put in Frontier, in this case, we're going to put $925 million of commitments from blue chip companies and say, hey, this money's here for the next 7 years, from 2022 to 2030. Let's go and who's going to go and do the permanent carbon removal, the kind of carbon that once you remove it, it never leaves for 1,000 years or more, you know, turning carbon into rocks, turning carbon into oil and pumping it up underground. These sorts of things can really make sure that we are making a rock solid case in our climate positivity. So this is like contextualizing carbon and Ethereum and Web3 overall. And now we get to this B, and I'm going to sign out just for the sake of this. See, now we see the B, and it says, hey, pledge your support to the frontier of humanity's historic quest to master the carbon arts. So you can come connect your wallet. It'll estimate the impact of your wallet. So I've had 220 transactions, and this is the number of tons stored for that many number of years of impact, you know, through my Ethereum transactions and other wallets. You could go and connect your other wallet to it, do this. We want to do something like this for DAOs as well, kind of like, you know, Uniswap, for example. What have been their emissions, and what are they responsible for, and what are their users responsible for? So this is a little estimator utility we built using some of the latest science on, you know, what does it mean when you emit 1 ton of CO2? If you think about it on the millennium time scale, that carbon is in the atmosphere for 310 years, just over 310 years. So then we give people the opportunity to participate in this impact pledge, this rock solid impact pledge. So this is where we get into an interesting notion of carbon bearing assets. So we have in crypto, we all know, we have these interest bearing assets. So y'all might have heard of YV DAI, or you could even have Aave DAI. It's not the right Google. You can have Aave DAI, you could have Compound DAI. These are interest bearing tokens. And we even have, for example, staked ETH, which is contributing to the security of the broader Ethereum network. And all these different chains have their own native token that's more often than not proof of stake and has a yield. So this liquid staking version of ETH is an interest-bearing token. And what the way we're thinking of approaching this is, what if you could take your interest-bearing token and turn it into a carbon-bearing token? So take your STETH, wrap it into Eden ETH. You can always unwrap it back to one STETH. But while it's wrapped to Eden ETH, in the meantime, the yield from that STETH is pledged towards carbon removal. We can use that to buy carbon impact certificates and distribute those to token holders so that they can continuously get, you know, an increasing amount of carbon assets. And the ideal is if we can raise like $10 million, which I'm just one person. I don't know if we can raise $10 million. So we would definitely need the community to like hype this up. But if we can raise $10 million, then we can just go to Frontier and be like, hey, we can give you a bunch of money, come take our money and give us the gold standard of carbon impact. If we don't raise enough money, then we can buy it ourselves. We can let the DAO, you know, allocate it. And there are many good quality carbon assets out there. You don't need to go through Frontier. We have some relationships already to go through there. So here is this like carbon bearing, you know, asset. Hold Eden ETH, and it's a carbon bearing asset. Some of the thoughts we've had around this is like, some thoughts I've had around this is like, could I have it so that you could bridge your Eden ETH to Celo, because that's where a lot of the carbon impact tokens are being minted and will be minted. You could imagine bridging your Eden ETH to Celo, and it being like the canonical ETH version on Celo, and it could provide like liquidity. Celo could maybe provide liquidity against Eden ETH using their own token, because the Eden ETH on mainnet would reference a Steve, which is, pretty valid. Doesn't have a lot of secondary liquidity nowadays, but that's why there's a 5% discount. But otherwise, pretty nifty stuff. Maybe the underlying hypothesis here is, can we take like the staking rewards and divert those towards carbon impact? So maybe there's like a YV DAI vault later or something like that to explore there. So boom, that's these are two of the two other things that we're working on. I want to add the NFT stuff to this regen pledge, and even the estimator too. The estimate your carbon emissions, which isn't on this page anymore because I hit it. So once somebody joins a DAO, they can like see their carbon emissions, and as they get carbon impact tokens, they technically, you could count it against your emissions. And then here is this rock solid impact pledge for actually getting those carbon impact certificates. Might be worth it, just thinking out loud, to have somewhere where people can just give their ETH as well and directly give the ETH, and it's a donation to this thing. That's a little harder to figure out the business logistics around. So that should be really it. Happy to go deeper into this like carbon ton-year unit, or like this multi-chain stuff. That's really it. This is the 18-minute version of Eden DAO update. We're just building. I'm just building, and I'm gonna launch some things, and then we're gonna see how the world responds to it, and we're gonna hype it up and hope for the best. Really, hope for the best, because it seems like some nifty stuff, but I'm not sure how the broader market in this bear market or whatever is gonna be. I don't know how receptive it'll be. So that's the test. What's up?
So this is incredible. It has been improved from the last time we talked, and it all looks amazing. I love also the onboarding experience, being meaningful from the beginning, setting up this purpose-driven membership, let's say, and not just for whoever wants to join, whatever. So I think that should be also a standard for the community, and it will help. I've just tweeted about it.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. And then another thing, I loved also this Take It ETH to be added into Eden DAO, to be used there. I think that's a phenomenal strategy. I have some Stake It ETH, so I will also enter when it's ready. So the question is, when is this going to be ready?
Oh shit! Okay, when is this going to be ready? Yes. At this point, I think NFT NYC is happening right now. My target date for something is like July 1st. That's my mom's birthday, actually. So I'm gonna try and aim for something for July 1st so that we can all commit our staked ETH. I'm actually curious, since you do have staked ETH, I have staked ETH too. Up until an hour ago, there was another point to this "how does this work" part, and I want to check in with y'all to get your like feel for it. How would your maybe interest change if you knew your staked ETH was locked until 2030, so you couldn't unwrap until 2030? Like, would that add additional hesitation? Does that like now make you think really long term? I'm just curious how your thinking would change if, in addition to, hey, you can wrap your ETH to eat an ETH and go back and whatever, actually you can't unwrap it for 7 years, for 7-8 years. How would you feel about that?
So I wouldn't mind if we could have some options. Like I have some ETH just like unwrapped for using it, but then I have some other ETH for stake, and the one that is staked, I don't plan to sell it, never. And so it will apply to this thinking of yours. Like I will lock it there without any problem and be happy to be locked if it's going to help even further, not only to secure the chain, but also to be climate positive. Then it's a no-brainer for me. So for me it's good. Because I'm also aiming to accumulate more ETH in this bear market, so I'm happy that you said that it's going to be ready soon, so I can use it there and start helping.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. Yeah. The contracts the contracts for a lot of the moving pieces are functional and feature complete. I'm still thinking a little bit of how the interfaces are. But really we got like deployment scripts. I got to hook up the front end to that. And then we could be good to go within the next week. So I'm excited for that. As part of this, if this applies broadly to other DAOs as well. If you are a DAO and you have your token on one chain and you want to launch it on another chain, and you want to be able to like bridge it to the other chain, so that maybe there's a tool on the other chain you want to use or whatever, and you don't want it to be a massive headache. You want to just like set this up in an hour on like a Tuesday. If that seems useful at all, let me know, because that's something that we want our own tokens to have that ability to do as well. Have things on Optimism, on Gnosis chain, on Celo, and on Ethereum. And so that sort of infrastructure is permissionless and non-custodial for other people to use as well. It requires a lot of like custom command sending, right? It'll require some custom command sending because I don't have a UI for it yet, but there are some UIs being built. So, people could have these tokens, bridge them around, and all that sort of jazz. I'm curious as DAOists if that's ever been an issue that y'all have wanted to overcome.
I think it's a very big issue. I don't know if there's anybody who has not faced struggles with bridging. So I think it's obvious.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's funny you mentioned that, because the token, this is the best, most up-to-date thing right now, but Omni Protocol is Uniswap for bridges, a permissionless non-custodial token bridge, so that you can have cross-chain DAO collaborations or multi-chain token apps or omni-chain banknotes. I wanted this because I really liked conviction voting, for example, and I also really like Colony. And then a bunch of our application code has to run on Celo because Toucan's on Celo, and I don't want to run it on Polygon. And I'm like, wow, what are we going to do? Like, all these tokens are everywhere, and this is going to be such a hard engineering problem to detangle. And then Layer 0 came out, and they have some really nifty stuff. So really, really nifty stuff. Sweet. That's all. That's it for me, folks. That's all, folks.
I really like this atmospheric impact calculator.
Yeah.
Front end. Yeah. It is very good design too. Like in terms of user interface.
Oh,
it's amazing.
Thank you.
Which is like something that's. Yeah, it is. I always appreciate good design. It's what gets people in the end. To actually do stuff with your protocol.
It's like, oh wow. Yeah.
Hey Cyrus, one last thing. Are you
What's
looking
up?
for contributors at the moment?
Oh, me of like 3 months ago would have said yes. Me of now says I just want to put my head down and work on this
Okay.
because I've true. Unless I'm looking for like really open-hearted, mission-driven, energetic contributors who can just like jump in and do stuff. But otherwise, like contributors, growth, mark community could be interesting. Front-end developers could be interesting. Front-end or full stack like graph developers could be interesting as well. And like a designer or illustrator would be really, really interesting. Because I just ripped a lot of these from Ethereum's own website. So a little cheating. But yeah, I think contributors would be interesting. Otherwise, like keep your head out and come use this if you think it's cool when we launch, and we'll share it with the world. So yeah, at this point, I honestly I got really distracted by contributors over the past 6 months. So in the past 2 months of building, we now have this page, this thing, the carbon bearing vaults, and the whole Omni protocol thing. So I think the velocity is pretty good, and I want to
keep it up.
Keep it up. Yeah, I want to focus on that more, and then hopefully that translates to usage and value for people using it rather than usage specifically.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Looking forward to start using it on the 1st of July.
Thanks, Umberto. I'm excited to launch it too and send it over your way. Sweet, folks. Well, happy MetaFest. Happy MetaFest, Unipuff. Happy MetaFest, Umberto.
Yes.
And Nova, the silent Nova.
Okay. Have a great day, my friend.
I hope y'all have a beautiful day as well. Thank you for hosting me. And I'll see y'all next time.
Yeah.
Okay. It's always great to see what Cyrus is up to.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah. So much new stuff from the last time I remember.
Definitely.
All right. And seems like we're waiting for Ebunayo for Web3 bridges. We're still not sure where he is, and we still get 2 minutes. So, Humberto, how are things going?
We have. I was going to share about the job fair, which is going very good. We have our speaker here.
No, it's Bith.
No?
It's Bith.
It's Bith.
I mean, if you still want to share about the job fair, you can, of course. All right, you're until our next guest comes. So yeah, let's see what's out there.
Yeah, so we have Giveth, and Giveth has different offers here. Community manager, Q&A specialist. This is quality something specialist. Technical copywriter, UI designer, Solidity developer, project delivery manager, full stack developer, digital strategist, and graphic designer. And all of them are remote job positions. And well, Giveth has an amazing vibe and an amazing environment. I know some people working there, and I know the founders, and well, you can find all the options clicking on any of these. You will go to the Metaverse Job Fair links, and then you can go directly to see Giveth's and the other people or DAOs showing up in the job fair. Check it out in CryptoVoxels.
All right. So it seems like we also have our next guest here, and I will give my spot to Pete to continue the day. So here you go, Pete. What's up? What's going on?
Thank you very much. Have a good day. You too.
See you around, Umberto, and thank you, Unipuff. And welcome, Ausika.
Yeah, thank you very much, man.
How are you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. Are you? It's been a while.
Pretty good. Pretty good, I must say. Ready to hear the latest from the Web3 bridge.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's been a good time, as in we're having an amazing time at Web3 Bridge. So I think I think I have more like a presentation today. So just short presentation to talk about, just expand on what we're doing, what we do. Then we can get into talk about Web3 Bridge and ask questions. Is there questions? Is that okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, let me just share my screen. All right, so I'm talking about blockchain development, a part 2 server. So is it like clear for you?
Loading. There we go.
All right, great. So blockchain development, the path to self-sustainability in Africa. We're going to be talking about a little bit about why people are rushing into blockchain development. Like, the reason for talking about this is because, like, so even for us at Web3 Bridge, we've seen like massive inflow of people who want to come in. For quarter that is starting in July, we have about 1,400 applications already, and it's like the biggest we ever had for Web2 and Web3. So let's talk about why people are coming in. So there are young persons, very energetic persons with passion, and they're really worried about what to do, how to become self-sustained. They have bills to pay, sense of not belonging to anything serious, lack of financial freedom, sense to contribute to something good. So these are the reason why everyone wakes up in the morning and like think, okay, so not supposed to say this, but then the students have been on strike for a while now. A number of them want to actually like do something, contribute to something. What do they need to do? So they get to think, okay, so tech as an enabler, it's something that has been for a while now. Glad guys like Andela, Google developer groups, they have come in to like help train Web2 developers, like been doing it for a while now. So we have very solid Web2 base now in Nigeria and Africa, and open source communities, then various developer programs. But then this is more like, so a number of persons need more, like more. Tech doesn't actually stop. So since tech innovation are always moving, many in Web2, both the devs and the users, like they see the hype for blockchain and the freedom it has presented to them. So they signal to join. So what do they want to do? They want to learn coding. They want to contribute to communities. Like I see a number of Nigerians, Africans now as co-contributors to DAOs. Like the DAO membership is increasing. As I see them in developer DAOs, see them in Bankless. I think I see Bankless Africa. So quite a number of them are already in DAOs, and they are doing open source contributions also. Now, with growing potential in blockchain development space, many Africans are becoming self-sustained. Like I've seen quite a number of them follow Scaffold Eats, Bowtie Friday. The documentation are becoming better than they used to be now. So quite a number of persons can pick up documents and learn by themselves. Open offices and podcasts on Discord, on Twitter. And so we have people like Web3 Bridge also like doing direct teaching for Web2 guys coming into Web3, non-developer coming into the space. We have Web3 Ladies is a project for females, like they are helping female bridge into Web3. And one of the good things that they do is that they pick non-coders and coders alike, and they bring them into Web3. Then Web3 Bridge takes these ladies on and move them forward. Then we have Twitter Space and Discord channels. But this is not like the end of it. There's a need to like keep the momentum going, and there's a need to like partnership with local teams working in Africa. So Africa has like a very, very wide population that we can leverage for blockchain development. A number of investments are not here yet. But before the investment actually comes, there's a need to prepare the infrastructure to take the development. Like not just say, okay, we want Africans to invest. No, we need to prepare the infrastructure. We need to prepare the people ahead of the investment that is coming. So there's a need for local partnerships, there's a need for conferences. A lot of conferences are more of hype and bullshit. We need conference talk about the core conferences where people get to meet the right people, talk to the right people, network, connect. We need more hackathons around there for Web3. There is a need to do. I think it's safe to say that I saw Ed Global's reports for, is it last year now, talking about number of people from Nigeria, Africa that have registered for their hackathon. The number is actually very impressive, but then we can do more because there are a lot of Africans, like populations that are coming to the blockchain. So we need to like expand this. We need more mentors. The mentors we have are trying their best. A number of them are also like busy trying to make their life. We need more of these guys. Then housing ops. Housing ops is more like house developers, get them working, and while they are able to focus on actual working and doing the work. So we need more of these housing ops to help developers get their head into a cheap space where they can live, focus on building, focus on empowering themselves, and they can get the result done. Thank you very much. This is like my presentation, and we can get to chat about Web3 Bridge and any other question you have.
Right on.
I hope that's not too fast.
There was fast.
Sorry, don't worry. Let's take your questions.
Yeah, I would love to hear how your hub has been progressing. You know, last time we spoke, you already had like a whole place with people staying full time.
All right, great. All right, great. So our hub is doing fine. Presently, we are preparing for another cohort, and we are looking at housing another 30 set of developers. Last time we housed 16. So this time we're looking to house 30. That's like the maximum capacity we can have at this point. We are still working at getting a new space that can take 150 devs because like people keep coming in to want to learn. And I think the reason why they keep coming is because like we are taking away the worries of electricity. We are taking away the worries of internet. We provide steady internet. We moved it up. We're taking away the burden of, okay, so what all am I going to eat in the morning? What am I eating in the night? Your own is as you're working, just go there, get your food, eat, and keep going back to work. Then, so we are moving it a step further. We decided to like so after graduating from last school, we decided to like retain three guys, and we're adding them to our developers, and we are taking another apartment for them. So more like a studio apartment where now they are done learning. It's time for them to work. Instead of going back to the system and start looking for jobs and scrambling for jobs, no, we're creating a system where they can also like get into a safe space and like get working all over again. This is actually like an investment opportunity that we see because like getting a house, so imagine getting a house for developers where in the Web3 Bridge house, nobody pays for anything, right? But we get to this point where we house them, they get like work and they pay their monthly fee as against like doing it for free. It's like one of the major problems also to actually solve in Africa is an housing problem. Whoever like craft this housing problem is a big isn't it for it big time. So we're trying to like see how we can explore this. Moving away from that, Web3 Bridge is growing. The last quarter we graduated 26 guys for the Web3 program, and a number of these guys already started working. Funny enough, quite a number of them actually picked career in audits. So they are now like, I don't know why they like audits this time. So I think about 3 of them are interning at an audit firm. I think 2 of them are interning at Netherminds. We have 2 of them getting to like 2 other. So we have about 8 of them in active full-time, 8 or 9 of them in active full-time job. And I think one of them told me as he's working for a DeFi firm in India. So it's actually like growing momentum, and we are seeing the rush. Like everyone is like, oh yeah, I missed this squad. How do I get into the next squad? So it's like a mad rush now. Like we are seeing like influx and inflow of developer who wants like get into the ecosystem and get working.
Nice. And it's still going up. Like the more and more people trying to join, regardless of the market going down.
Yeah. So like, despite the market going down, okay, so I was in the market for the BM market since 2018, and I can tell that this is the best time to actually get in. It's more like, so there's no hype, there's less noise, what you are doing is you are preparing yourself for whatever the market is going to come back. Okay, so we might say the market is going to circle back next week. We might say October, we might say, but what if the market didn't circle back to 2014? But then, irrespective of that, people who wants to build will keep building. A number of teams will still have their development budget. And in fact, I think one of the good parts is that quite a number of persons who want to like look for a way to like hire developers that are good but are inexpensive. Like you look at how Coinbase keep like letting go of their developers. The good part is that Coinbase will send developers to build for them, but then they just have to like let go. So we're getting to a point where, as Africans, we are able to like provide the best hands to build this project at an affordable rate, not cheap rates actually, but at least an affordable rate, because considering that we have the factors of production here is different from what you have in the West or what you have in Europe. So that's what we are planning for. So irrespective of the market goes up, market goes down, people there is a depletion in development budgets. But then what if you can still keep the momentum going with the best of hands with African devs? And this time it won't be African prints actually, it will be African devs doing the radio.
Right. It's a great advantage, like the low cost of living where you are. And,
yeah, thank you very much.
Much easier to survive these the bears.
Yeah, at least we have something like good to hold on to. You are able to survive the bear, honestly. And by the time the market comes running back, you are ahead of the curve.
Right. Yeah, like in metagame, people were like, you can't live in the US and work full-time metagame because you can't get paid enough. But it worked in Europe, and now in the bear market, even in Europe, it's becoming trickier.
So welcome to the realm of Africans. You can't have our devs, and the good part is that so the way we are structuring guys that work outside of the court now is like we are building a product management team. So when they are working for you, the PMs are working for us to supervise what they do. So we are ensuring that no matter what you have, the quality does not drop. So we've had that. So we've been able to learn from past experiences. We see that so a number of these guys cannot work without supervision, and we are working to provide the supervision. So we have a PM team who understand that these guys are doing X, Y, Z. So they supervise them to deliver your X, Y, Z. So you don't even have to worry about that. Yours is to worry about delivery.
And that's you're already doing that, or did you say you
Yes, we have a team. We are adding. I think we have two guys, one full-time, one part-time guy on the PM team now. We are looking to add more like 3-4 so that we can have a good team. Then the mentors from the court are also like always available to also guide these classes. So as they're building, if they have any challenge learning, they can always go back. Okay, so I have this problem. So we are building like a complete product cycle of, so this is the job to be done. This is who is doing the job, for example. So this person is answerable to the PM. If this person have a problem doing the job, there is always this guy here to provide support for him to get the job done. Mm-hmm. So irrespective of how it is, the result is there for it to have.
Right. And so you offer this service like for other projects, but you also like have your own project that started through the Web3 bridge.
Yeah, I think we're able to launch a project internally now. We are doing the internal demo now for the product, and I think we have about 2 more products lined up for production. So by the end of August, we should be on mainnet for one of our projects. I hope I'm on live solution stuff.
Yes. What would you say has been the most successful project that came out of the Web3 bridge, besides the Web3 bridge itself?
Yeah, so you remember the last time I was on the call, I mentioned that we are looking to become like an incubation also for products. So presently we don't have enough funding to do that, but the goal is that so a number of these projects do not need funding to develop because we have the human capital to do that. So why not build it and when investors see the real value, they can put their money on it. Then if it's worth it, then people can actually, oh yeah, let's invest through Web3 Bridge. Web3 would be a cycle, will be like an how would I say now, like an instrument where through which you can train devs, you can also invest in products.
Right, makes sense. And the EPNS, Ethereum push notifications, that started through Web3 Bridge, or did that start before Web3 Bridge?
So I think so I myself, Ash, and Richard were already like work partners before EPNS. We were working for a team before EPNS. So while everybody decides to like move on their own, Ash. Okay, so before we moved, I think I started Web3 Bridge before then. It was 500 Nigerian devs for Ethereum. Then Ash, Richard decided to do EPNS. So both of us were always in communication. And when they came up with the idea, like, oh yeah, this is like fun, I'm up like jump on it. Let's see what we can achieve with this. And I think early days EPNS, I did quite a number of community stuff for EPNS. And I'm actually very happy to see how far Ash and Richard have pushed EPNS. Like there's no one actually rivaling the market with them at this point. And I am very excited to see the big picture of EPNS. Like it's gonna wow all of us.
Let me check if there are any questions from other people. Discord. My chat is not loading for some reason. Oh, there it is. No questions. Then I'll keep on asking. What are the next steps beside finding the bigger space?
So I think presently now our focus is on the cohorts. We've taken our lessons from last cohort, and we want to improve on those lessons. So we started. The registration and interviews are done now for next cohorts. Like they're done. We know who's coming in. So July 11 we open, and another 16 weeks is going to start. We have increased the number of mentors. We have updated the curriculum to meet up to the next phase of work. We look for a way to update our curriculum per time. And one other thing I see coming is trying to see how to have a robust system. Like, I want to make sure the system is robust enough for everyone to like come, learn, and give their best. So, and while we also like shop for a bigger space so that everyone can come in. And funny this time, I think we have students across Africa. Again, we're able to like enter Zimbabwe, two other countries without actually making an actual announcement. That's like the fun part of it. So lately we don't spend more on marketing anymore, because like, so our marketing is our students who are already telling their friends about the program when they are almost done from the program, because they could also see the potential of what we are offering. And they're like, oh yeah, you don't want to miss this. You don't want to miss the next cohort. So like, it's actually very crazy. When we saw the registration, like 1,500, 1,400 persons were like, wow, where are these numbers coming from?
8,000 people for the last cohort?
1,490 something, if I'm right. Like, that's like the number of ads for all of the cohorts combined. And we have it one cohort. That's like crazy. So that's so crazy. That's crazy. So we can tell that the future is actually bright. We'll keep working at it and see the results.
Fuck yeah. So what's the process like? So people get into the cohort, you tell them like the basics, and then you start teaching them about the hard hat.
So getting into the cohort, register interviews, pass the test, take a pre-content. There's always a pre-content for you to study to like brush you up or what to look out for in the class. So when the cohorts do, we have basic introduction, on-chain, the tooling, ADAT, Foundry. Then you get to the point where you teach you basics of smart contract development. Then you get into the advanced smart contract development to do Web3, EtherJS, WebJS. When that is done, you now get into the core. I think we added Diamond Standard EIP1. That should be EIP 133 now, something. Diamond Standard. We teach Diamond Standard. Then come out to teach smart contract vulnerabilities, audits, what to look out for. Then we talk about hosting, IPFS, Filecoin, the whole hosting service. Then we give the students time to like build something. We have an internal mini hackathon during the course where you get like, so based on what you have learned, build something. Then we review what you have built. We do a revision of what you have learned so far. Then we are sure that, okay, you are becoming better. Then we get into the core where you have to like start building daily, building weekly till week 16. Then I think the last part of the course is you do a catch the flag. Catch the flag is we have a contract, write a contract, which is vulnerability. Then we hide real fund inside of this contract. Then we release for them to hack it. So whoever hacked the contract. So I think last quarter we had 4 levels of vulnerabilities. So so I think the lowest allow you to like take $100. The next allow you to take $150. The following allow you $300, and the biggest one was $400. I think it was a $1,000 pool. So whoever gets to the last stage of that gets the biggest money, and that I think that does actually what interests them in smart contracts. Or it's like, oh yeah, this is the vulnerability. Yeah, I'm able to get the fund from here. Yeah, I want to check to see how best at this.
Very cool. And then after that, so the next step, like people either continue working through Web3 Bridge, or they start like you help them find jobs in the Web3 space.
Yeah, so we are able to connect some persons directly to some job openings that we have. Some others go out like get their own jobs by themselves, like they pick. So they keep working, keep learning. I think one of our guys, about 6 of them already got a grant from one of the blockchain to build products for them. So that's some of the things we encourage. I don't know if I'm able to mention their name, so let me not mention their name. They are not paying for marketing. So like we do that. So like when you get these jobs, then also at Web3 we take jobs, like I mentioned before, and have them also like do the jobs.
Nice.
It's a continuous circle actually, because like we monitor. So we have a time where we reach back to all the people that have passed through the program to tell, okay, so how is it going? Is there any problem? Do you need our support to get anything done? Then we introduce the masterclass. Yeah, I forgot to mention that we introduce the masterclass. So the masterclass is more like a master's program. So you've learned the basics, right? You've been working over time. So we allow, okay, the pilot masterclass is ongoing now. It's going to be ending this weekend. It's a 6 weeks program where we delve more into the advanced. So we do a deep dive into DeFi. I think for this time we are reviewing Uniswap V3 contract. We reviewed Compound, like a deep dive into NFT. Talk about I think we spoke about the this NFT. There's part of NFT we went in depth. So that's what we're trying to do. So while you are out of the court and you're working, we're looking after you, and we can like, okay, so there's a masterclass. You guys come back for a masterclass, refresh, relax, get fired, and get back to give your best to whichever team you're working for.
Right. Sounds great.
Thank you very much.
And how did the fundraise go? I forgot to ask you about that.
Yeah, so the fundraising has been a bit head back. I think I don't know if you received the last investors update I sent. I missed out for this one because we're trying to like fix some internal stuff before we send the update. But it's been a little bit delayed. Good part is that internally from friend of our community, I think we are almost at the 100K now. From our own friends, I think most of them are Nigerians, and few other guys that have committed. But they have only been committed to the SAFTs. We've now like reached out to say, okay, now signed and send the funds. We are still trying to like find the balance. This is not the best time to launch any token, but then we are still considering, okay, if we launch the token, what are the approaches to we can take to make sure that the token is not dropping. So this is quite a number of things we are trying to like throw around. So it's so we needed the funds to like do some things, but then we want to be sure that ourselves, the investors that give us the money, are also like protected and they see value for the money they are giving to us.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
It was also not the best timing. I was doing it about the same time, and it was just as the market started going to shit.
Yeah. So like I think a few of my friends have said to me that this year is going to be a little bit rough market wise. And I think in March I saw something like a signal, and I told my friends, everybody get ready. June is going to be funny. I never even knew June is going to actually be funny. So I think the best thing is just to be ahead of time and be prepared for whatever thing that is coming. Yeah, I just lost my power.
What has been the biggest challenge in general?
Oh, I think the biggest challenge now is finding jobs for the guys, actually. Like finding jobs, finding them contracts to work on. That's like the biggest challenge now. And hopefully so we need like a pool of jobs. Like we need I think one of the things we need to do is we need to go through Discord, see all job channels for projects, and see how we can like aggregate from there. Like we need the pool of job, because now the developers are becoming more, the pool is becoming more. They need to actually work on something. So we need to actually improve and increase on the number of jobs we get for them to work on. So that's like the challenge now, not even the funding, even though funding is part of it, but then not even the funding for now.
Okay. I don't know if you've seen, but we have a job fair as a part of MetaFest. So there's some jobs on offer in Crypto Voxels. If you've seen that, you can go walk through there. And in Discord, there's also a channel where people have been posting some jobs. And obviously, they're always welcome to join Metagame.
Yeah, sure. I think one of the things we'll need to do now is within the cohorts, we have to also have like a job fair where teams that will be looking to hire soon, headhunters, communities can come talk to them also. And while they talk to them, they can get them as part of their community and they can get their job like that. So I think that's one thing we're going to be consciously adding as part of the course now. So I have like what do we call it now, like a job fair.
Right. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Please. Yeah. So I think I'm going to be reaching out about that when we have that, so that we can like have a particular week for that. Let's see the number of people that can get their jobs through this means.
Awesome. Sounds great. All right. And yeah, I think that's about everything I wanted to ask you. And there's only 1 minute left. I see Parsley has joined as well. So
thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming on. It was great.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here.
Talking to you.
Yeah, thank you.
See ya. Mr. Parsley, welcome aboard.
I remuted myself, sorry. Hello. I'm super glad to be here. Yeah, today we are presenting our last 6 months of work with my dear friend 3D VR. We are some of you may know us from Metagame. We are South American 3D artists. I've been around in the DAO space for a little while, and it's super fun to be here. Last time I wasn't on MetaFest for such an uplifting cause, but this year I'm glad to be here as a developer. So yeah, thank you for having me and for having us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming on.
So
yeah,
should we start? Great.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I will start sharing my screen, and there we go. Okay. So as I was saying before, this is the project we've been working on for the last 6 months, more or less. it's been interesting defining our path and how we want to approach everything. But yeah, with time and patience and more work, we are clearly seeing where we're supposed to be going, which is super cool. So before this presentation, we weren't actually sure what how to define ourselves, but after doing some days of insight, we actually decided to go for a virtual atelier in development. And yeah, the main cause of our project is bridging the gap between imagination and 3D metaverse. So what does this mean? Because it's a lot of buzzwords. We've found that it's not actually very easy to integrate and to have wearables and to move stuff around in the metaverse, and we're trying to tackle into that issue. So how are we, like, how do we want to do it? And for that, I would love to present you 3D VR. He's like a very big inspiration for me. We've been working on this for a long time, and yeah, I'm glad he's here finally, becoming a DAO contributor and contributing to the space. So yeah, welcome him, and it's all yours, Richie.
Yeah, let's go. Thank you for having me. Thank you a lot for Manu for partly to to team with me and for teaching me so much. Like I was and I didn't know anything about all of this, and he's basically teaching me everything. So yeah, thank him. I thank him a lot for that. So for this part of the presentation, we want to explain a little bit without going into much detail or technical stuff what is necessary for somebody to use something or an avatar or wearable into any metaverse. And it's pretty much the pipeline of a game studio. You need to have obviously an avatar, and that came with a lot of things, with a lot of technical stuff actually. But you pretty much have to have a mesh or an avatar that is optimized. So a lot of people can be jumping around in the left button slider. They can have a lot of technical stuff, textures, uh, gears, wearables, etc. So for that, the characters needs to be optimized, because if not, the the game, for example, is going to crash. So there's a lot of technical stuff you need to have, but we don't want to go too deep into that. I going to name it. So on the right slide, there is an example of the first image, the skeleton one, being the concept. It's the idea that anyone can present us. And then we're going to do a quick blocking, so we can start having feedback and show if the direction that we think is the actually the one that the client wants. And then it's going to do a back and forth on that till we achieve a high quality asset, being that an avatar on a wearable. And then we start to do the technical part. At the same time, we probably are going to be doing or talking with the texture artist and the rigging to match the things we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. So when we start doing the low poly mesh, which is an optimization, then we start doing the UVs, which is a 2D representation of a 3D form. It's if you imagine a dice, like cutting out in paper. It's more or less like that. And then we go at the same time with the texture artist, so he can start like see or test how he want to approach some textures, and then he start like painting, and then we go from the skeleton, which is like the part that you actually test how the character move or the form, and then you go for the technical stuff if you want to have like cool animations or particles or whatever. And then it's the final implementation in the game or metaverse. And so that's pretty much the pipeline. In the middle side, so you have like some test either from clothing and for the formation. So yeah, that's pretty much in a brief way the pipeline that you need to do for any implementation, either avatar or wearables into any metaverse. So yeah, we can go for the next slide, Manu.
Yeah.
Yep. So now, since I already present the pipeline, you can more or less understand. Like we need at the first a design or a concept or idea, so we can like transform or use to transform into reality more or less. So we actually use like a concept artist. In our case, a dear friend that is not with us right now, but it's a really good designer, graphic designer and concept artist. So we usually like to talk with the clients so they can like express us what they want and why they want that specifically thing, and then we start like sketching ideas into paper so we have like again like a better understanding of what we aim to. And then we start doing the wearable part, that is more or less the last slide that I explained. We start to building on top of the concept that they did or he did. From now on, I would like partly to talk about the the other part of the presentation because I think he's better suited for that.
Okay, so yeah, as we said before, we are trying to bridge like
I'm
they
hearing
might.
you super quietly.
Oh, sorry. Is it better right now?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. So, as I was saying before, our whole idea is to help people express themselves and get what they want in the metaverse. Because looking forward, we think everything is going to be about creativity and simplifying creative processes for people who want them. Kind of what VR chat does in a sense, where you can go into a big bazaar in the internet and customize your avatar however you would like to. The thing is, when you have a big platform as VR chat, there are very strict guidelines that you can follow as an artist or as a user, and you can get your avatar into that technical specifications really fast. The thing with metaverse is that we don't have an open standard right now, and there's no really one metaverse everyone's using. So, which is a good thing. Don't get me wrong, but decentralization comes at a cost, and that cost right now it's being the ease of interoperation. Which I would like to shout out to Gene Dank PR in Twitter. He's doing like an incredible job at documenting and going through the journey to open source and yeah, get avatars to anyone that wants them, which is, in my opinion, like one of the most noble causes right now in the metaverse, since we are on the brink of getting more users, and users need they're gonna want to express themselves. No one wants to be like a blank robot or something like or a blank slate of a character with nothing on top of it. So this comes in as an issue where we have to tweak for every metaverse that we're using. For example, if you're creating something for Decentraland, you're going to have different budgets that if you're building for Neos. Even different technical situations with the rigs, which we were explaining before. Which could cause some issues because as you could see in the slide where every character is dancing, animations usually are pretty broken because they're not designed to be run by any kind of skeleton, which is kind of a technical thing, but it's really important to have in mind that making everything work together, it's very hard to automate, and if you find a way, you're kind of a magician. But a ton of people are going to want to have custom stuff, so that's where tweaks come in. Regarding to tweaks, we are figuring out all the standards and gathering documentation for every metaverse since everyone seems to be going for a widely different approach. But that's very cool too. One of the things we would love to do eventually, and it's on the plans, it's to get also our wearables and our creations into the real world, which would be super cool. There's some dope technology to add to stuff, and yeah, we're super excited to make this big conjunction, which is a topic that I think it's very convoluted right now in crypto, and it's gonna be very fun to see how it develops in the next years. Probably we're gonna have like a very big amount of artists getting a big chunk of their time into this. So I think we're gonna see some incredible breakthroughs. So I hope to be there with them to start implementing them and testing them out. Um, so what are like one of the things that we want the community to have and people who are jumping into metaverses to have, it's the possibility of jumping into a Discord server or into a list or whatever we haven't figured out how we want to scheme it, but we want to help everyone that we can, possibly to get someone who's specialized and who knows what they're doing to maintain and update their wearables. Because another thing that's gonna happen, it's probably you're gonna have a V1 of a character you love, and then probably you mint another profile picture and you love the body of your character, but you want to keep the body and change the head. So this is where maintenance enters into play, and having people dedicated to maintain all our libraries and all the assets that we're developing for them to be implemented with the least amount of friction until we have true interoperability, let's say. So until we just like connect our wallets and the wallet makes the connection, brings the NFT, and the NFT adapts to the kind of character you're using in that moment, we're gonna have to, yeah, keep doing tweaks and keep doing specialized work on each character, depending on the quality you want to achieve. If you want to go for something pretty basic, you could do it super fast. If you want to go super deep and make something very professional, it's gonna take you more time. Um, some of the short-term issues we've found, it's basically what I've been talking about. That is the lack of standards, and that's taking a big like it's a big problem, but it's not impossible to solve, right? As I said before, there's a ton of people working on this, so I think we're gonna have a breakthrough pretty soon. Until that, the only approach we can take is to be as conservative as we can with all the first models we start to make, and in the like saying conservative sounds strange, but it's just in the amount of polygons we use. We don't want to overstep with the definition and we want to keep everything pretty simple. So whenever the breakthrough is made and we decide what interoperability means, everyone that's had something from us, it's gonna have like a maintenance pass where we're gonna go through everything and just get it to work with the metaverses they want. So yeah, that's one of the biggest issues. But at the same time, it's what makes this very exciting because yeah, when we see that breakthrough, I think we're gonna see a big migration from VR chat to crypto platforms. Since owning your own wearables and being able to trade them sounds like a no-brainer at this point. Um, so yeah, we wanted to have a big time for questions since we are talking very high level about very detailed stuff. So um, there, like you have our our Discord handles. Feel free to get in touch if you liked what you heard. Like we're super open about discussing anything related to wearables and like 3D in general. um, these are some of the previous works we've done. We are working with clothing, we are working with characters, and um, yeah. Thank you very much for hearing our first pitch, or let's not say pitch. It's like a presentation about yeah what we are, who we are, and what we're doing.
Thank you. And this is the first time you're presenting this?
Yes, this is our first
Yeah.
time presenting.
Nice. That's an honor.
This, oh, the honor is ours. It's so
Yeah,
cool to be
completely.
presenting here.
We have one question on YouTube, which is how long does it take to go from concept to final? I'm assuming it's related to the character that you were presenting previously.
Okay, the short answer is it depends, but we can do it like for example in a month. A month is a good like time frame to go from idea to final. At least for example in VR chat, which is the one that we know more about. If it's a new metaverse, for example, we actually will have to spend a lot of time in knowing how the rigging, especially and the specification for poly budget, for example, in order to in order for we to tell the client like it's going to take a month. But yeah, like if we know the technical stuff, like we know in VRChat, for example, it's going to take more or less a month, and we can go faster or slower, or it can go a little bit. Uh, the time frame it can be like a little bit or more or less, depending of the tweaks, the changes, the technical stuff. But I think a month is like a good time frame in to generalize.
Mhm.
Also, one of the things we very much like about what we're doing is we're in contact with a ton of artists. So, for example, if you have an idea and but you don't have a concept, we can help you sort it out too. So you don't have to be struggling with how you like drawing for yourself what you're trying to explain, but we have someone who you can just handle keywords and we're gonna figure out exactly what you want. That's for like totally custom stuff, but that's one of the things we think it's more important because it's very easy for people to get lost and not know what they want. But having a strong concept art, it's one of the main pillars of what we do. And other thing, a small thing about pipeline for anyone that's interested. One of the things we're working on the hardest it's having a very good low topology for all our assets and very good UVs. So once you acquire the NFT and you have them all the data that's coming it's even if you want to go with if you bought a I don't know a T-shirt or you bought a full character, it doesn't matter what you bought. You're gonna be able to customize it with any artist that knows the basic pipeline. So our idea it's like our archives are not locked to only be managed by us, but on the other hand, like you are the owner of what you have, and if you'd like to, I don't know, commission someone outside our like who we know or outside the project to mod it, it's completely okay, and we actually are super excited to see what people does with the models. Um, so yeah, basically that we're trying to minimize the friction in the technical aspects and maximizing the time we spend in the creative part, which at the end of the day defines the each character of each piece of clothing more, and gets you closer to being, yeah, unique in the metaverse, which I think it's going to be a huge thing.
Right, makes sense. And like the small mods, like adding, for example, if you want to add like a badge to your shirt or something, that can even be done by people who have no experience, right? Like you just need to open the texture file in a photo
Exactly.
editor.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like if you that yeah also depend that will depend on the yeah the rabbit hole of the knowledge, you know, because if you know, for example, Photoshop, you for sure can like quickly change some things for the clothing, for example, or like you say, like a badge or something like that.
Right.
When you need when you want to do like a bigger change, like I don't know, you want to have like an armor with wings, well that's different, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, we would like to have like in our experience, like there's a ton of like cool people in the community, even in the artist community, and there's a lot of people that aren't artists but has like a awesome ideas. So we would like also to like help all of them like to talk or to bring the ideas in the case of an artist, and in the case of an artist like to help the ones that have the ideas, or even if they know some technical stuff but they're missing some parts, we would like also to like connect them and help them.
Cool.
Yeah, as
No,
we said in the beginning, we're right now virtual atelier, let's say, where yeah, as 3DVR said, like we invite anyone to, yeah, to have an opinion, to tell us what they think. We are right now at a very experimental phase where we are basically working on the super technical stuff. So when we present to people our pipeline, they just need like to tell us, okay, I want to be a butler like here, or I want to be a skeleton, or I want to be these both are pretty of a horror story, but you would like anything you would like to be, a frog, you would like to be a fairy, we can work all of them and yeah, deliver the best thing we can for anyone to have their identity and to um, be identifiable. Like as you said before, Pete, badges are gonna be a big thing in the metaverse. So we can fastly like we don't know how everyone looks, and maybe someone's gonna have like three different models for the characters they want to use, and maybe 2 days of a week you're a skeleton, 2 days of a week you're a frog, and 2 days of the week you're a fairy. But you can be distinguished by your peers by having a badge, or even in the future we may be able to have our ENS names displayed on top of our characters, which could have like the abbreviation of metagame. Or possibilities seem to be very endless with blockchain right now. So we're super excited. Like we're working on kind of a silo in a way, and we know that a ton of people are working in silos too, and every time someone or a team comes out and shows what they've been doing, um, everything starts moving and composability starts making the play. But it's super interesting to see what everyone's doing out there too. There's um, a lot of projects dealing with some big issues. Other issue we found out, it's like, okay, so secondary markets are gonna have this problem where you're not gonna be the only owner, because as of right now there's no way for us to only let them, like, to prohibit the first downloader of the file from using it. So we've been going through a ton of communities and seeing what they think about the issue, how to solve it, how not to solve it. And exchanges when it comes to NFTs are super productive, since we are all experimenting with such a new thing, and everyone seems to have very interesting approaches too, from the technical side and from the art side, right? Um, so
Awesome.
if you have any other questions you'd like to have, or
No, previously, I wanted to ask you about the concept art. Like, does that come from the people who are requesting art, or does it like also come from you? And you already answered that question without me asking it.
sorry. But yeah, just to clarify, we can help you getting concept art, or you could bring concept art you already have, and that's all right. There's no need for you to think like we only make concept art done by us.
Right.
On the other hand, we love making concept art from other people because it helps us approach a ton of different styles and, yeah, keep on experimenting and building.
Yeah, like you can even come to us with keywords. Like you have like a vague idea and you only have like keywords. We also can help you like combine that into a
Kind of
good
what
looking,
Dali does. Thank you.
yeah, in a cool avatar that express yourself as much as we able to help.
Nice. It's a full service. And do you do like environment? Like, do you also build environments or just characters?
No, right now we're focusing like 200% on characters and wearables and the
Makes
character
sense.
side of things. We also have like good contacts with really good people in environment, but like that's I know a whole other rabbit hole, you know. So we are
Yeah.
like in we have like more than enough by now. So
Yeah, I can
we will
imagine.
like we would love to make environments as well, but it's like we need to be like realistic at the same time and go step by step. So right now we're focusing on this, and then we'll see.
Makes sense. And there's only three of you. And yeah, not to mention that, like, yeah, the characters are not very interoperable across metaverse, and let alone the environments. Not so easily portable across different.
Yeah, for those things we also will need like a bit of help on the community, either deciding what will be like the metaverse standard, or the organizations that owns the metaverse, like they talking to each other and say, well, let's establish this standard for the community in order to help everybody like do interoperability, you know.
That's why we think approaching everything from a low poly budget as of right now, if it's intended to be in a metaverse, it's the best option, since we may have super high quality metaverses, but we're probably everything that's web, it's probably going to have to be low poly. And we don't want to miss out on the first web metaverses, since we're very bullish on them for like obvious reasons. Um, and yeah, like taking a lot of care about the fundamentals where we build upon, it's our highest priority right now.
All
And
right.
I think
Well,
we're
thank you very
almost
much
done.
for coming on.
Thank you
Great.
No,
very
thank
much
you
for
very much
having
for
me.
having us.
Sorry if we were a bit clunky on the presentation. This is our first time, as I said before, but yeah, it was super fun and a good challenge
Good.
to have when it comes to coming out and showing what we do.
Awesome. Well, thank you for doing it. And I will I will probably get in touch with you about a piece of art that I would like to get made actually for the speaker NFTs for MetaFest.
Oh,
So unless
we would
you already
love to,
figured
man.
it out.
Yeah, we would love to.
All right. I will get in touch with you soon. And yeah, thanks again for coming on. I see.
It was a pleasure. Thank you very much for having us.
Have a great day.
You too.
Have a nice day.
Felix, how are you doing, man?
Yeah, okay. I have 2 more work days and then I'm off for holiday for the first time since two years. So I'm looking forward to that, to be honest.
Nice. Where are you going for the holidays?
I'm going to Georgia, Eastern Europe, not the US, and for a festival and a bit of mountains.
Okay.
A bit of hiking, yeah, for
Cool.
2 weeks. With my
Nice.
girlfriend. It's gonna be
That's awesome.
nice. Yeah, but before that, I will present a bit about the Crypto Commons Hub mostly, and what we are doing there with, I think I will focus mostly on our approach to the metaverse or our verse. Are we good to start?
Yeah, please do whenever you're ready.
Cool, and I will share.
Oh, if you want to start with a brief intro to yourself, that's also always good.
Okay,
But
then I
also
start
feel free to
with a
jump straight
brief
into
intro to myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, brief one. Hey everyone, my name is Felix. I'm the president and co-founder of the Crypto Commons Association, which me and Julio founded 2 years ago. I'm a student, so I'm a doctoral student of political science and sociology. My background is mostly in economics and political science, and my research is on the political economy of crypto commons, which then also led to me founding that association and doing what we do now with the Crypto Commons Association and Hub. So let me. And it does.
What happened there? Oh no. We seem to have lost. There he is. Welcome back.
Hey. Let's try again.
Your quality has improved.
It has improved. Weird. Yeah, but I can't seem to share my screen anymore. It was possible before. I will disconnect and reconnect. That usually works.
I hope it does.
And hello.
Does it work?
No.
Still doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna send you a link. Could you share that? It's a very brief video of our last event, and then I will just keep on talking.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Yep, I shared it here in the chat. So that is a brief teaser of our last unconference. That was a refi unconference, regenerative finance unconference for 7 days with about 60 people. And we were lucky that a professional film crew was around who were shooting a documentary, the Crypto Futures documentary, and they were so kind to produce this brief teaser for us.
Climate chaos is upon us.
You're getting sound?
Yep.
Year round. The ocean caught fire. Are we going to keep marching and waiting for them to do something?
We could be the new elites, or we could be the best fucking change makers in the world.
It's about impact. Real world impact.
Fuck yeah. I got the goosebumps.
Yeah. Thank you for playing that. Yeah, so I will try to stick to the script and like go through a brief presentation that gives a somewhat comprehensive picture of what we do. So we are the Crypto Commons Association, and we founded that 2 years ago as a non-profit organization in order to consolidate the movement of crypto commoners as a counterforce to all sorts of capitalist realism increasingly taking hold in our sphere. I'm sure you all kind of know what I mean by that.
Are you also showing a presentation?
Yeah, but I can't share my...
Send it. I'll roll that as well.
Okay, can I send it in the chat?
Yeah.
No. I'm going to send it to you on Telegram.
That works as well.
Okay. It has 26 megabytes and it's slow.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, but now it's speeding up. Phew. Almost there. Let me try one more time. No, I really can't share my screen. Okay, but it should have arrived.
Yep. Downloading. We got another Santa's helper, Anna sending the direct link. All right. It seems to be downloading quite fast. Or not so fast.
Quite fast, not so fast.
I mean, quite fast for 26 megabytes. Should have already been done. There we go. Sharing the screen. Can I do full screen?
All right.
There we go.
Yeah, so the Crypto Commons Association, or CCA, is a nonprofit founded early 2021. Yeah, in order to bring together the emerging group of crypto commoners and form a more distinct counterpole to capitalist realism creeping into our scene, and not just realism, also hyper-capitalist excesses that we've seen plenty in the last bull run, I think. And yeah, our mission is to strengthen the digital common good aspect in the context of DLTs, bring also or encourage academic reception and analysis, improve accessibility, general public accessibility, and broad social application in also non-commercial ways. And how we do that is mainly through, we are operating a hub, the Crypto Commons hub, where we host retreats and digital nomads, and especially also our events, which we do now. This year we already did 2 events, and we're going to do 2 more that are one week or so each in person. And then we also run and support research projects and multimedia publications, among them the Crypto Futures documentary that I already mentioned. But yeah, let's start with the hub, which is the building that you see everywhere in the background. The hub is a former arts colony about 1 hour south of Vienna. It is, so we envision it as a home for visionaries, a warm and intellectually nurturing environment for our people, let's say. But also a site of experimentation, an experimental playground for emerging technologies adjacent to crypto, and also beyond. Like we just had a hackathon where we looked into IoT applications and 3D modeling, basically building. We will get there to our verse, building a digital clone of the hub. In later, in autumn, we want to expand that to agricultural IoT experiments. Yeah, and in pretty much all what we're doing, we try to be guided by commons principles. So we ideally perceive of the hub as a commons, and we try to find out what exactly that means. So far, it means that we're not a hotel. People are expected to contribute to maintenance of the building. So that means during events we split participants up into 6 or 7 crews. That is kitchen crew, cleaning crew, tech support, documentation crew, facilitation crew, and atmosphere crew, which is new. Oh no, we have another that is a fire water crew, which is strictly hot tub and fire maintenance. That's a full-time job. And yeah, that respect for the planet is basically, that's an ambition, meaning that we want to, as far as possible, locally source food and drinks, and establish more and more dense connections with the neighborhood, with farmers in our area. Also introduce them to processes that we see emerging, introduce them to refi, for example, and generally grow a network, a local network with like-minded groups. Yeah, the facility. So a brief run through the building, which I want to point out here that we are very willing to host DAOs on retreat, also host external events, host individual digital nomads. From experience, I can say that it is something completely different if you have a full week together as a team. The connection that you grow during such an intense week can't be matched by online meetings, I believe. So in our house, we have 9 guest rooms with a total capacity of 22 persons. We added some beds. We have 2 large conference halls with about 85 square meters each that are also used for us as co-working spaces. In the conference halls, one of them is properly equipped as a main stage with live streaming equipment, a massive sound system, some DJing equipment, and bunch of other tech stuff in there. yeah, we have a very comfy bar room with couches, a vinyl record player, and regulars table and stuff. Then we have always, I mean, usually during events, it's always running a wood-fired hot tub in the backyard and a fire in the front yard where people tend to gather from noon on, actually. And as I said, we want to, like in autumn, we want to start a permaculture garden as an experimental site for IoT devices, but also in order to skill ourselves up and learn how to, produce the food that we eat daily. No, I think should be, well, surroundings, right? Where we are located is so that's a painting from our area. We are at the foot of the Austrian Alps in Hirschwang, or in the municipality Reichenau an der Rax, and that is exactly where the Viennese plains hit the Alps, and the first mountains above 2,000 meters arise. And also Vienna is sourcing its fresh water exactly from these two mountains. And yeah, from 19th century on, the Viennese nobility had its summer residency there, so you have plenty of villas and mansions and whatnot. But then also you have really beautiful nature. It's a climbers' paradise. You have a very fresh river that brings the water to Vienna, or where the water is taken from for Vienna. And yeah, you have plenty of sports opportunities there. But I think, exploring the metaverse, that's an interesting one. Yeah, next one. Right. So already early on, we commissioned a 3D model of the house because we want to explore what a hybrid conference venue could be. And we also want to start exploring the metaverse from our values and principles. So essentially for the metaverse, that means for us, it's a non-commercial metaverse that we term Ourverse. And so now we had the Ourverse hackathon just recently, where we had two main challenges. One was building bridges between the physical and the virtual realm. So as we have a copy of the house, we want to make people or guests on the one side of the house, or well, let's say in the VR, know what's happening in the physical space and vice versa. So in terms of installations, like the first one we put up is a coordinate system that is in one of the conference halls, basically two LED strips that give you coordinates of people walking in the virtual space. Then another thing that we haven't quite finished yet, but we want to build, is a mirror that basically lets you look into the other world and extends your view correctly. And then plenty of other more complex installations. And then the other challenge was reputation systems. And actually, I think I want to stay on that a bit rather than going into the next slide, because I think that this could be most interesting to Metagame and the MetaFest. So our take on the metaverse is organized around some core values. One being, of course, an end to walled gardens. Another is embracing digital abundance and rejecting digital scarcity, aka Decentraland and virtual land vendors, extending physical scarcity into the digital realm. This is not what we want to build. And yeah, let's say we're having discussions on how hostile we are towards these platforms. Basically, would we take sponsorship from them? I say no. But I think that this setting gives a whole new side to the metaverse, or this idea of a localized metaverse that lives off interaction between the physical and the virtual realm. We are also in our discussions on So we also had like theoretical discussions during the hackathon on what makes people return to a virtual space, and that is permutation, changes, some dynamic changes in that world. Because a world can be as beautiful as you want if it just stays static. People will come once, maybe twice, maybe someone comes 3 times, but after that they're not going to come back. So something needs to happen there. And one of the first things that we want to build is actually is something that happens. So we have an installation that is a plant, an oak tree in the physical realm, and a water management system attached to it. And the idea is that you can only water the plant by going into the VR and pressing a button there. That triggers then the pump, and water is supplied to the plant. And when the plant dries up, a humidity sensor activates a Telegram bot that starts shouting for help in our Telegram channel. That was an initial idea to drive traffic to our virtual space, get people to check it out, then maybe reward people that keep on coming back and water the tree as good commoners. So yeah, this is stuff that we're exploring in terms of the metaverse. And now, just briefly, maybe before I finish, I'll go through. No, next slide. I'll go through some of the events that I already mentioned. We had the Refi Unconference. Yeah, that we can skip. We had our verse is now Urbanica, and they have their own presentation, so I don't need to say much about them. Documentary I mentioned. Okay, we can skip that slide. Next one, please. Yeah, events. Our verse hackathon is already done. Refi Unconference is already done. You find videos of that on YouTube. The Crypto Commons Gathering is the second edition this year. Pith has already been there. Plenty of other people as well. We all enjoyed it a great lot, I think, and many of us became friends and are still in contact. Several projects also spun off of that. The Crypto Commons Gathering is really a very broad gathering of our tribes, and the way we organize it is as an open space, as an unconference. So I can't really promise you what exactly is going to be there content-wise, but I can promise you that it's going to be an experience. And then Festival del Futuro, to be honest, Umberto can talk more about that. But I want to mention another event that we don't have here on the slides, but we still want to do in early October, and that is the Solarpunk WoW gathering. We're not quite sure yet. Is it a gathering? Is it an unconference or a hackathon or all of that? So basically, the idea is, on the one hand, approach the notion of Solarpunk and how we can use that to arrive to radically different futures than the capitalist trajectory we're on. And on the other hand, it's quite concrete. That's the hackathon part, is to start planning and building a permaculture garden supported by IoT devices. And then also, like, a third side that is more the artsy side is start turning the house into a Solarpunk hub itself, or giving it Solarpunk aesthetics. And we're not quite sure yet on what that entails, but we're very open for suggestions and ideas. And yeah, I think, well, okay, we can talk briefly about the team. So that is me. Then Giulio, yeah, please scroll down. Yeah, Giulio, Umberto, and Anna should be down there, a bit further. Yeah, Anna and Leonardo. And now we also have Ruben in our team, who is our chef. And well, now that we've kind of established the core team, we're also starting to add further people as members into our association, and we want to increasingly open up to community participation. And that's it, because we don't need to look at the budget. It's terrible. Yeah, that's a lie. That's all a lie. Okay. Okay. Please don't. Please.
Do you even scroll? No. Let's stop here. Do you have
Do
an
you have an
idea?
idea for us?
Fix the roof.
Oh, yeah.
I already have that idea. And the
We're
main
working on
problem
that.
is the budget.
Yeah, as always, plenty of ideas of what to do. Yeah, I don't need to tell you how hard it is right now to find any Web3 sponsors. But I mean, we're doing okay with our events, with retreats, with ruthlessly self-exploiting us. All part of the game. And also like we're getting also private donations from some of our core supporters, which we're very, very grateful for. So even though budget could always be better, I mean, we're sticking. We're pushing through, and once that winter ends. But even without that, I mean, sponsorship is nice, but we want to have the thing work even without sponsorship. And well, I should mention our first general sponsor, to which we are very grateful for support, which is Region Network. That really, really helped us and threw the spark to really pull this off, I think.
Nice. What are you most looking forward to?
So now that we had the second event, I'm looking forward to have an event that just organizes itself, where it's not the usual Felix fix it, because by then in that, what I'm looking forward to, 10 people around me know where each shit is to be found and which problem is to be solved. So I'm looking forward to actually experience an event of ours as a participant. I would really dig that.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'm also really interested in seeing how we can collaborate more with Metagame. Like, we would really like to draw on your experience with reputation systems, because we are just starting to set that up, or to have conversations about that. And there are many obstacles, and I guess one of them is making things too complex. And we don't want to jump into each and every of them. So input on that would be cherished. And also, I mean, Pete, our invitation is up for you guys if you ever want to do a retreat yourself there. If you wanna, I don't know, start neighboring with us in the metaverse, start building shared community spaces, that would be great.
Thank you. I think I think Metagame coming there is just a matter of time.
I think so too. Nice.
And we have one other project that's building like a digital metaverse version of their eco village that they're building. So that might be someone to get in touch with as well.
Which project is that?
That's the Smart Village by the Future Thinkers. You can try. You just type in Smart Village Future Thinkers.
I'm gonna check them out straight away.
All right, I see. Tenfini is already in here. We only got a minute left to go.
So all right, then.
Thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me. And looking forward to see you again.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for offering to host more of us. And definitely recommend for anybody who's at least somewhat nearby. If you're in Europe, like, you should go to the Crypto Commons gathering.
Right.
I think
thanks, Pete.
My favorite conference so far. You're gonna get to see a lot of great people on there, and yeah, I think you'll enjoy it.
Sure. Thanks, man.
Welcome. See you around, man. And welcome.
Hey, Pete.
Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
It's great to hear.
So we're gonna make the best of this metaverse stuff. Before we get started, do you have any questions about it, just in general? I know you've been a little bit slow to warm up to the metaverse, but I think that it's coming. It's like unavoidable. So I think I'm going to stick with it. But is there anything that you're curious about before I just jump into the treasure hunt?
I like this new homepage from Crypto Voxels or Voxels. Good rebranding.
Yeah, I noticed it from when I got involved about a year and a half ago. They were they had very, very poor user interface, but the technology behind it was so interesting to me. And I figured that it was either by design or they just were horrible at user interfaces, and over time that would change. And it's starting to feel like they're starting to put a little bit more effort into it, but as long as they're focused on giving me the right building tools, I'm going to see it kind of like through the long run, because I think that either the project will fail because it just will be too simple, or it'll catch up with the other projects. Like Sandbox is very sort of like graphically interesting. It plays like a game, where Voxels is still kind of choppy, and it feels like kind of a poor version of like what's it called, Minecraft. But I think that there's stuff on the horizon that'll make the experience a lot different. So I agree with you. The website is a little bit better, but just marginally. I mean, they've got a colored button now.
You're the biggest fan of Crypto Voxels, I know.
Okay. All right. So should I just jump into it, or is there anything you wanted to know about, like how I'm exploring metagame with it, or should I just jump in and show the treasure hunt?
Whatever you feel like. You can, if you want to talk about how we're using it with metagame, feel free to do that. If you want to go straight to the treasure hunt, feel free to do that.
Well, let's do both at the same time then, because what I did is when I was putting together these games for MetaFest, I wanted to do one of them, which was the assembling of the private keys. That way I could completely automate a game where I wouldn't have to be involved in it. If somebody cracked the code, they'd get the money, and that's it. That was the game. And I think that was successful. One of our players cracked it pretty quick because he or she was paying very close attention to what I was doing. So they were able to decode it, and then they took half of like the funds that were in those accounts. So there might still be some funds left. Maybe there's not. Maybe more people have cracked it. It's like at that point, the clues worked because he was able to crack it. So the next part of the games I did was a treasure hunt. And what I wanted to do for metagame was to have a treasure hunt that was like a player's journey, where you would have to go to a part of Crypto Voxels and literally read something on the wall, because you won't be able to find the clue unless you read through the page up on the wall. So I made a treasure hunt that was like 20 or 30 clues, 20 of them which you have to read about metagame. And I was thinking that we were going to be able to use that for an onboarding tool. It's not a perfect tool. It's not like reading an owner's manual for something, but it's a way to kind of sort of soft sell somebody on metagame, because they can, try to collect the clues and at the same time they're learning. And that's what we're going to do in the next 30 minutes. So I also want to assume that people that come into the metaverse maybe are not comfortable with Web3 or all this new technology. So I want to show people how easy it is to use Crypto Voxels completely anonymously. So I'm at the voxels.com website right now, and I'm not even signed in. I'm going to play this completely anonymous, and I'll show you that you can still do the treasure hunt being completely anonymous. Okay. So I'm not going to sign in, but I am just going to go where it says play. And I wanted to make these treasure hunts and journey for metagame that you didn't even need to follow a hyperlink anywhere. You just needed to know to go to voxels.com, and you would start out right in the center of this world. Okay. So I dropped in. I'm completely anonymous. You'll see in the upper right-hand corner, I can see some other anonymous people dropping into this center location. And people that haven't been here before, there's a map down here. If you just fly out this map, you'll see that it looks like an aerial view of like, a big city. And what I'm doing is I'm panning out right now. So Voxels has gotten a lot bigger over the last few years, and they build more islands and then sell more islands so they can get the money to continue their development without having to sell out to some big like investment firm that would completely corrupt this system and not allow people like me to continue to build unique things. So I'm zooming in right now, and you'll see that we're right in the middle of this map. So I've been involved in voxels long enough to have some parcels that are pretty close to the center. So I can tell people, look, log in anonymously. You're going to be in the middle of the map. And as you spin your mouse around, I'm just doing a 360-degree circle, and I'm going to look east. And if you look at the map in the lower right-hand corner, the arrow is pointing to the right side of my screen, aka east on a map. And so I'm just going to start walking with my arrow right here. And I just do this demo really quickly to get people into CryptoVoxels that have never been here. So I'm just walking right now. But if I want to go fast, I'm going to push the shift key and an arrow because I need to run down 10 blocks so I can start my treasure hunt. So I'm just going to run, and I'm going to pass all of these parcels. And you try to count the blocks. I'm like 5, 6, 7, 8. And you're going to see this this yellow building right here, and you're going to stop. And here's your first clue. And I'm just going to give this first clue away right now. And on the right-hand side, you'll see this this game guide that I created has me right at this parcel right here. And it says, okay, your first clue is you need to fill in the blank right there. It says, hi, somebody, try again. Well, you see it on my screen right now. It says, hi, Josie. So that's your clue number one. Josie is the first clue. So you probably want to write that down on a piece of paper somewhere. And now you just like follow the steps in this form. It goes, okay, clues in Scarlet Factory. Now I need to travel south until you reach Scarlet Factory. It's the building in red. Okay, so I have a picture of it on the right-hand side, and I see a red building coming up here. So this is probably it. Okay, so if I go into this building, there's a clue in there, and you need to go find that clue. I'll give you a little shortcut if you're watching this. You go into this thing with the speakers, and you walk right through this weird door right here. And once you're in there, you turn around, and there's your clue. So you're going to click it, and you're going to answer the next 3 questions. Once you click it, it's going to say, what's the title of it? The old something. Question number 3, who made the winning bid, and who's the current owner of the digital art piece? Well, you'll get that by clicking that, and it'll go to OpenSea, or it'll go to Super Rare, and it'll give you that information. So then you continue on to the next clue. So now we're going to say clues in City Walk 11. Now select the City Walk 11 banner. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, there's lots of ways you can do it because CryptoVoxels or Voxels is a metaverse that you can wander around freely. But I'm going to get to where we started at right over there, or I can continue down this road right here that I've explained in the upper portion of the guide, which is if you run just south down that same road, you're getting into the main metagame metaverse game center. And this is the area that I recently got collaborative rights to. And I'm just going to use this as like a game hub. Okay. So these are our 3 games for metagame right here that were the quest to assemble the private keys. 1, 2, 3 games there. And then I, have some other stuff, MetaCollab and Smart Law and these other projects I work on. So I think this is just kind of like a neat area that we can just have as a central part to start games. So what I'm going to do is just the treasure hunt portion of it. Over there was the quest, how to assemble private keys. I don't think we have time for that right now, but if you wanted to do it, you just follow the instructions in the document on the right. If you need to know where to get the document, you can just fly up, push your F key for fly. You can arrow up, and then this little link right here says game instructions. And then this is just going to open up the link that's on the right-hand side right here. So that's one way to do it. You can either fly up there, but if you don't remember what I just said right there, if you're down on the first floor, it says keep calm and read the rules. Click here for read the rules. And it just takes you right to that same area on the second floor. What's neat about voxels is that by using the hyperlinks, as long as you can kind of follow like a common theme and structure about how the games work, it's going to be a lot easier for people to play. One way I've done that is if people lose, the game is very, very large. I mean, there's a lot of parcels. There's thousands of parcels now. So just like in any big city, you can get lost. So what I've done is I've created with all of these little circular W3 images that you're going to see, like everywhere you stand within this game that I was involved in, you can usually see one of those little circles. And by doing so, it's going to transfer you to a hub. It's like, consider it like a subway station or if you're in a shopping mall, how there's these directories that tell you how to go find things. So here's the directory. So anytime you find one of these little circles, you can push it. So I'll push it right here. It's just going to hyperlink me to 10 feet over. But let's say I'm completely across the world and I need to get back here. You'll find one of those W3s, click it, and it takes you right back to this terminal. The games that we've used for MetaFest are all highlighted in red. So you kind of get your perspective. This is the main island in CryptoVoxels. We spawned right here at this plus. We ran down here like 10 blocks. We picked up a clue, then ran down here. And this is where we were hanging out just a few minutes ago. And then I clicked the hyperlink that takes me over to 36. So we're standing right here at 36. And now what we're going to do for the treasure hunt, I'm going to go over to 11, where we start. And then I'm going to transfer over to number 1, where the metagame player's journey is. So we've got 20 minutes to do it. And let's see if I can get through all the clues in 20 minutes. Okay. For those of you who are also new to CryptoVoxels, I'll pause here for just a second. Navigating a game like this is really pretty easy. You use your arrow keys or your WASD key for navigation. If you toggle the F key, it turns on and off flying. So you can fly up high. If you fall in the water, you would push the F key to sort of fly out of the water or swim out of the water. If you push your H key, it gives you a menu of all of these things I'm telling you about. And then there's some other real neat things in Voxels, which is like, that you can start to do interaction. So if you get a lot of people in the game together and you're either watching a concert or having a live event, you can emoji what your feelings are. So right now it's like I'm not in my, I haven't logged in, I'm anonymous, but I could still signal to other people if I like what they're saying, or a celebration, or you really like what somebody has to say, you can give them those. And then what's also neat in here is they also have emotions, where it's kind of neat if you're in a parcel at an event and everybody can like celebrate or do like karate kicks and stuff like that. Okay, and you toggle between first person and third person view by pushing C. That's all I think I really need to tell you about navigation. Once again, if you push the H key, it tells you about all these little features. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go do the treasure hunt now. Oh, and one side thing that is neat about voxels is that you can connect them to the NFTs. So here's our NFT. So if I open up this link right here, this is going to take us to the NFT that we dropped for MetaFest. We dropped, I think, 300 people an 1155 token. And this 1155 token, as long as it's attached to your logged in account to Voxels, you'll be able to access gated off parcels in Voxels. That's a new feature that's just come out in the last few months. And I really think that we can use that feature to really explain to the sort of the normal person about the features of Web3, meaning that you can carry around like an identification with you, and it's based on your public or your private key. So that private key is basically an account that can collect NFTs. And if you look at these NFTs, it's kind of like membership cards or tickets to a concert or a special event, provided that you're holding one of those 1155, be it you bought it or somebody airdropped it in, it allows you to access information that would be blocked off to anybody that didn't have that token. So I think we're going to start exploring that a lot more in this next coming year. So at MetaFest2, we should have like an update about how we're going to utilize that within metagame. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's go ahead and take this treasure hunt. I know that, if I read over here, it's like, how do you get to City Walk 11? You can find it on the left-hand side where these red numbers are, or you could just, fly into the location by clicking that link. Okay, so I'm up the metagame job fair, and I know based on the instructions I need to go down one level. So let's do it this way. I'm just going to run past our job fair that we just had, where we set up some booths for our different DAOs that participated in metagames. So we have the job fair. Now this little these stairs right here. So I'm just going to go down one level because I know that this is where the treasure hunt starts, except for the first clues that were collected. So I'm just going to jump through this window. You guys can cheat like I did right there. Okay, so really you start this portion of the treasure hunt right here. Okay, you'll see on the right-hand side, now that I've navigated to City Walk 11 based on the directory, and now I start looking for the clues. And a lot of them are real visual, so clue number 5, what kind of girl? Okay, Well, Katie drew this really cool like VR girl. That's the kind of girl, VR girl. So that's your clue. So you write that down, VR. Okay, so that's another clue. And then you find this image right here. And then you look at what the title of it is, which you can see it visibly what I'm doing right now. Now you have your next clue. Okay. So you just put the clue right where that is. And so there's going to be like these 30 clues that you just separated with a comma in the form. So then you go to the next one, you start looking for this one. So then here's another clue that's visible. Okay. And now you can just start following the numbers if you want. Some of the numbers go up, some of the numbers go down, but you just need to follow the clues. I think there's a clue in here. These are the fractal art I did. This is my foray into NFTs. So I made a bunch of like self-generating fractal art. I thought that was neat when I was getting into NFTs. So there's a clue right in there that's actually visible right now. So you'll see what I'm doing is I'm following along with the guide on the right-hand side to find the different clues. Okay, so now is when we're done with sort of the just this little art walkthrough, just to get people used to like writing clues down. So now I think we're on clue. What are we at? We're at clue number 9. So it says, hey, you got to relocate again. This treasure hunt continues in City Walk 1. All right, so now you have to remember back a little bit. What was I saying about like if you lose your place, you need to recenter? Yes, just click one of these things. Okay. So now I'm going to hyperlink back to that number 36, City Walk 36, which is the hub. And you'll see where I am back on the map again. So if I fly the map out, so I'm not right at the origin where we started. You know, I'm down that long street right there. So we're right in this one, and we were over here just a second ago. Okay. So I know that takes a little bit getting used to if you're not really familiar with maps. But what I want to do is I want to get to City Walk 1 because now I'm going to do the player's journey. Okay. So I'm going to click City Walk 1. And for any of those who did the first part, the quests, this will be familiar to you because eventually you got spit out right here, right after you collected clue number 4 on the private key assembly. And now you're going to start collecting more clues. Okay. So you'd have to read this to actually come up with a clue. It says attending weekly cohort call consistently for, oh no, it says go to A5. So there's not even a clue right here. So I need to go look for the clue at A5. Okay. Right here. So I ask you a question right there. Attend a weekly cohort, call consistently for a certain amount of weeks. Well, I'm not going to give it away right there, but it's on that board right there. So now it says go to A10. And if you are trying to learn about metagame, of course, you should be reading every one of these. Just because I don't provide you a clue doesn't mean you shouldn't read this. And all of this information is pretty up to date. So you can learn a lot about metagame in this one card right here. And you're going to realize that, you know, realizing metagame, that there's probably a newsletter that we have and you want to subscribe to it. And we're going to tell you a little bit about how we do run events. You know, that you should watch the Discord for those events. So if you just look at those and you realize it's not really a race, you'll start to see that we've really thought about almost everything within metagame. We've got a calendar of our events. You can register an identity on Ceramic, which is what we use to query our player profiles. Okay, so now I continue on the journey over here. So we've answered a couple of questions through here. So then you continue on reading the instructions. And I even gave you a nice little red carpet that you can follow. Oh, I think I missed one over here. It says, go to A16. So you should see A16 somewhere on one of the walls. A26, A25. So I overshot it. And you see these like little A numbers there. It's kind of how I keep track of where I'm going to put assets up. Oh, A16 right there. Okay. So you find A16, you look at that image, and then I ask you a question off of it. A16, what words that starts with the letter D at the top of the image? Okay, so there you go. That was a freebie. It says next one, go to A35. So you just follow the red carpet, A26, A35, found it, A35. Go to A35, answer it, A36, answer the question. Okay, so we got a couple of those. Those are easy. Now we're going to look for A43. Oh, it's on there. Okay, so you got 4 clues there. A44. So we're basically halfway done already. Now it's going to ask for A110. Interesting. Okay, well, we use source cred, so maybe there's something interesting on there, like a. Now it wants to go to A53. Ooh, where's A53? Oh, upstairs. Okay, so we give you a little clue. A53. Okay, now at the part of the player's journey is now we start getting into, like, if you've already engaged in metagame, this is typically the way people start to come up the leaderboard, is that they start doing the quests, and they're not complicated. Like joining Discord is not complicated. And then you're in. You get rewarded with an engaged octo roll. It means that you've done the first step. And now you got a quest number 1. So you start reading through these, and not only are you learning about metagame, you're also assembling the clues that you'll need to get your next 1155 NFT and or POAP, and or if you're one of the first few that actually finish this completely, you'll get the cash rewards. And I think what I've decided on, since there's 2 of them, it'll be $50 for first place, $20 for second place, $10 for third place. We'll give away 2 third places, and the rest will be POAPs. And then I think that gets me close to the goal that I had set to give away for MetaFest. Okay, so you just follow these quests and you follow the clues, and then once you wander, if you look downstairs, we just followed that red path basically to pick up all the clues. So we were downstairs, we ran underneath this building, we came up a staircase over there, picked up a couple of clues, and now we're actually returning to the first building that we were in, where it said one simply does not become a player, is right down there. And now we're 1 floor up above it. And I think that this is where you wrap up the remaining clues. We just scroll through these approximately on A73, A78, A62. Okay, so it says go to A77. So no clues there. There's going to be a clue on A77. So you're going to want to look at this, realize that we have a dashboard. I'm going to ask you a clue on that. And then I think there's something on A79 right up here on my profile. A80, I think we asked a question on here. So this is my meta profile. And then this is a chart from within the dashboard I cut out. Now we've got the player board, the seasonal player board that I just took a screenshot and then posted it up there. So there's a question about that. Here's been our initiatives through season 6, I think we're in. We wanted to get the achievements done, more pair programming sessions, more events planned. The Quest Explorer, we have that. And then we also have the quest chains also that we're working with. And then once you've collected all those cool clues up through that, I think I just end it by saying A84. Yep. So now you should have 33 words that are the answers. And then this is where you just fill in your, at the very beginning, you should just get your Web3 address in here. You don't have, it's just like registering as like, now you're comfortable with the form. And you did that at the very beginning of the treasure hunt. I gave you some instructions that you just click one of these. It says treasure hunt 2022. You open it. It goes to an Airtable. It says, are you sure you want to open it? And then to win, you simply go down to separate each clue with a comma. So it was like, in each clue that you're going to collect is just a single word. So you don't have to worry about like sentences or anything. So if the first clue was truck, it'll be truck. Well, actually, I told you the first word is Josie. And then it was something about it was the, it was the painting. And then it was like, who did it, And so that's how you just will win. You'll just like put 33 words all separated by a comma. And then I'm just going to go into the database, today or tomorrow. And whoever was the first one that collected all of the clues and got into that database first, clearly that they were the winner of that. And then that finishes up with me not really having to do anything outside of setting the treasure hunt up, providing a way for people to get their answers in. And then The private key one that I did for the quest, that's automatic. If somebody cracked the key, they get the rewards. This one, it will take a single step for me to go into the database where everybody fills out their answers. There's 2 treasure hunts in there. There's treasure hunt 1 and treasure hunt 2. They'll all be in the same, they're entered all in the same database. And then I'll just look through the database, find the winners, and then we will send them the rewards directly to the Web3 account that they put on line number 1. You don't even really have to fill out these other ones, I think. This one, I think I require you to fill out just because I'm curious, like if you're already in metagame or you're not in metagame. So you have to answer that one question, and we need a Web3 address and you need your answer. So you really just have to fill out this, this, and this. And if you want to send us a screenshot of something you'd like us to post up, you just can attach it to your form at the bottom, and then you just push submit. And now your game card has been submitted. And then to finish up, you would then just click this green button. And now this hyperlinks us right back to the gaming center. Because if we were doing this collectively with a big group of people, we would want to kind of like do it as a group, because I can now start to repurpose these games. Like here it was building of a private key through one of these quests over here. But we might turn this into an actual race where we have like some spotters throughout the course, and we actually have to run through the race, and then there will be a winner who is able to run it fastest. Or maybe somebody has to run against me because I know the course better than anybody. And then we would offer up some sort of bounty that if anybody wanted to race against the creator, and then that could be a fun game too. This is a way that we can create some engagement within a metagame. So I think that, how are we doing on time? Okay, so that takes me almost at the top of the hour. And then I just wanted to show this final thing about the token gating. I really think it's such a neat feature in a metaverse like this. And here's a good example. Like I have this parcel right here to do like legal training. And there's something called the Berkeley Protocol, which is open source investigations. And they do things like documenting war crime using open source software, because we need these systems that aren't gated off where somebody could just like lock them off for people getting justice. So the one thing the Berkeley Protocol does not have yet, which is a Web3 interface. So I like to do little demos talking about the Berkeley Protocol, but you'll see you can't get into this parcel. So you can't access the neat information in there. It says you don't meet the conditions. Well, you can go pick up the NFT. I mean, not this one specifically, but let's say that this parcel is gated for all people that were in LexDAO, a specific DAO. Or let's say all the people that held our metagame NFT token. So I think Musashi's parcel, one of our metagame players, he has a parcel in here, and then he gated it off to all people that had to have the metagame NFT. This NFT, the one that I showed you right here. So if you have this NFT in your account, you'll be able to access that parcel. So I'm just going to finish it off right here that shows how that works. Okay, I've been a completely anonymous in voxels up until this point. But what I'm going to do right now is I am going to just sign in. And this is when the magic of Web3 happens, that I'm not logging in with a username and a password. I'm simply signing a transaction. It's a mathematical transaction. And I am proving to voxels, this website that I'm at, that by me signing this transaction, I have to be in possession of that private key. And it just says I abide to the terms and conditions to go play this game. And I'm just going to sign it. That's all I'm doing. I'm just signing a transaction. And then magically now, not only does it know who I am, so it has my whole profile. I'm probably dressed up in my avatar that I have right there. So I wear this little suit right there because it knows who I am. And then now the walls of the parcel have dropped. So now what used to be gated is now accessible. So now I could walk into the parcel and get all of the goods in here that either talk about, something I'm doing with metagame or smart law or doing something with LexDAO. And these become sort of like private rooms that you can use within your DAO, where you can have this 3D space for an event, for private comms, whatever you want. And this is available now, today, within the metaverse. So I like doing the demos within voxels, not because I'm some huge gamer type of guy, but it's a way to start looking at these technologies as more than just, oh, yeah, an encrypted message. That's neat. But instead of just encrypted messages now, we can have completely encrypted areas in a metaverse where you feel that you're being very, very productive. And that's it. So I'm now going to sign off right here, and it will now turn this parcel pink again because now I'm anonymous. And then I can just, if I'm just a normal player, I can just now do my next metaverse, experience. I can just wander around and go look for new things that I've never seen before in this world. Because remember, I only control a few parcels in voxels, but there's thousands. So you can just wander around and start to look at new things if you'd like. And so that's it. That's the treasure hunt in metagame for today.
Awesome. Thank you. I have to ask you, how long did it take you to make all of this?
Well, it's kind of like, it's, you know me, Pete, it's like everything's a hobby to me. So it was 1.5 years ago where I started collecting these parcels. And by me collecting a few of them, then I reached out to some other people, and then I just like would put a few things in their parcels. And it's just this like ongoing thing. Instead of me doing other gaming, I just kind of jump in here and build the next thing. I do have experience back when I was a lot younger doing 3-dimensional, CAD work for an engineering firm. So a lot of this stuff became very, very easy for me. So people do, that's usually what that's, they go, how long did it take? Well, it's taken 1.5 years, but I don't spend all my time on it. I just get in and go, oh, I just saw like a really neat piece of artwork from Katie. I'll grab it. I'll throw it up there. Or I might like make an asset and then I just like post it around in a few places. So hundreds of hours probably, I'd say, that I've spent in here. But what I like about it's not going to disappear. I mean, it's only going to disappear if I wipe it. And that was appealing to me because I felt like that I wasn't just going into something like Facebook that they could just like take down the next day. So I felt that me investing my time was worth it. And I'm just going to keep crafting it for neat projects like Metagame or Smart Law, or like I reached out to Emma, who was a presenter. And I just love what she's doing in the metaverse space. And so she said, look, if you just go grab the assets, you can do whatever you want with them because I'm really into open source. So you'll see this red carpet here. These aren't my assets. These are all her global designers. So what I did is I went and spent some time over the weekend and I grabbed the NFTs and I gave them a red carpet. So if you follow the red carpet, you'll see some of her designer stuff, you'll see some of my stuff, and you'll see some of Whale Shark stuff all blended in together. You don't even really know that that's what's happening, but this parcel, I don't own it. It's owned by a guy named Whale Shark, but I put the assets in there. This one right here, I own it. So I put different assets in there. And then for Emma, who completely supports our space, I'm going to give them a catwalk, and then I'm just going to have some of her stuff autoplay in here. You cross the street here, this is Leo's parcel, who is a metagamer. And so I put a bunch of metagame assets in here. So this is kind of like the DAO depot, the DAO part of voxels that already is dedicated towards metagame that we haven't even really explored yet. And this has been sitting here 1 year. So like, we just have to go in here and just like start improving these areas and go, okay, we have the House of DAOs. What do we want to do with it? And like I said, 1 year ago, I just threw up a bunch of stuff from our Notion just to create a space for it. But the metaverse is about just iteration. We need to come back in here and go, okay, well, what's been updated for metagame? And then I need to update all these assets. And then we can start truly using this for not only an onboarding, but almost like training sessions, right? I mean, all of this stuff is going to be making sense to you, Pete, because all of this stuff you were part of creating. And so we want to start to utilize this.
Can people hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Yes, sir.
So thanks, Pete, for letting me show this. I really enjoyed putting it all together.
Thank you for coming on and showing us this.
Sure. Okay.
See you around.
See you at the next one.
Sup, dog?
Hey there. Let me switch you over to the other screen so I can actually look in your face. If it's gonna work, it's working. Well, hello.
Hello. How are you doing? Are you hearing me well?
I'm just trying to get my bearings because I haven't used Jitsi in 2022 summer. Yeah, over 2 years. So I literally don't know why I'm around anymore. Okay, so I guess I don't get any video settings. I don't get anything really. I've been in the backstage before, so I guess I've set up everything that I need to set up, really.
That's good.
How do we take it from here, Pete?
Well, you can just give a brief intro to yourself and then get into what you're working on. I did want to ask you, what part of the world are you in? I thought that you are based in Europe. But I see that it's way too light over there for that to be Europe. Are you succeeding? What are you trying to do? Hello, hello.
There's Jitsyphoria. I definitely see Rick Rowland. Don't hear him though. Not sure if anyone or anybody can hear me. I'm monitoring the MetaFest backend chat. Some sort of a signal that this shit is working would be great, so that I'm not kind of feeling like I'm speaking to myself, which I do habitually, often during the day, every week, every day actually. You know, Rick's still playing, so I don't know if there's literally anything going on here. Okay, wow, this is very, very, very weird. Okay, guys, I'll probably have to close the tab just to not get my mind, my brain basically burned away by Rick Astley himself on video. Not really a thing that I do habitually, watching Rick and getting Rickrolled. No, not a thing that I do. But anyways, I'm just going to improvise this, given the fact that the slide deck that I actually wanted to bring in was not ready, was sadly out of my hands, so I'm not going to be able to do a lot of the things that I wanted to do. But I will be able to do what I initially promised, and that initial promise had 3 components, guys. So what I'm bringing here to you is, on the one hand, my personal interpretation of what refi really is and really means, and I'm bringing that from Brussels, from the Regions Unite event that I think a lot of people could not attend because A, physical, B, in Brussels, and Brussels is just one small part of the world. So we'll be talking a little bit about what is refi and when are you really regenerative, and is regeneration in finance the end all be all? That's one aspect. The other aspect is, how is all of this connected to the ocean on both an economic level and and an economic level and on a systemic level. So both of these questions we will be looking at in detail, some detail at least. And at the very end, I'll basically be summarizing the first topic, refi, and what it means, and ocean and systemic thinking about the ocean into what Moonjelly really is as a project, because I'm here mostly to evangelize a little bit about what Moonjelly is doing right now, will be doing over the coming years. And that's basically the agenda for the next few minutes. Okay, so let's talk about, let me first take a sip here. Refi or regenerative finance. Pretty big topic here in the last few months. I'd say REIT has taken off in September, October last year, depending on where you look. My initial understanding of what regenerative finance really is about was informed by my understanding of finance, high finance in particular in general, and what that really achieves in the world that we have. I think for most of the people here in the that are watching this, it has become pretty obvious if you follow, anything that's happening in the crypto world for the last 3.5 years. You've probably realized, okay, finance is a lot more than just making money and taking money, right? Finance and financial systems in and of themselves serve a higher purpose in the sense that in humanity engaging with them leads to financial systems and whatever variables they produce having some sort of a power over the things that we do as humans when we try to coordinate on any sort of action, right? You may have the stock market, you may have the bond market. If you go to YouTube now, or even half a year ago or a year ago, and you just type in financial plus any other keyword that you're interested in, you realize, okay, obviously financial markets have a lot of impact on our daily lives. And one of the things that have been really omitted, I think, from financial markets are those that are concerned with regenerating the different forms of shared capital that we have all around us, right? If you want to take it from a very, very fundamental level, very fundamental point of view, the one thing that we all share is our planet. And anyone who's been following, or at least not living under a rock, and realize, okay, we have climate change, and climate change is to a significant degree influenced by human activity, not necessarily caused, but influenced. And you may have then realized, all right, the systems that we engage with, they have some sort of a influence back upon our behavior, and then our behavior changes. And when our behavior changes, obviously the way those systems that we initially reacted to change their behavior as well, and then we end up at a secondary cosmograph system. And what this is really, really about, all of blockchain for me personally, is figuring out how can we design systems that actually coordinate human and non-human activity in such a way that we first know what is happening, how is it happening, and is it going in the right direction? That is actually what ReFi is about for me. It's not just about using finance to reward people doing the right thing, which is a little bit like the how do you call it? Waterfall kind of financing. You just spray $1 million everywhere, and maybe 10% of the projects that received some of that windfall are actually going to stake and survive and produce real, useful, tangible results. To me, regenerative finance is about a lot more than that, and that is what I really learned in Brussels at the Regions Unite conference. What I learned there from Graham Boyd. Really great guy. I totally encourage you guys to follow him at Graham Boyd PhD on Twitter. What I learned there was something that I didn't really know about before, and that is the existence of the 6 forms of capital. And the 6 forms of capital are something that is, as it turns out, extremely fundamental to the way humans really do business. I'm going to try and quote from memory what those capitals are, but we definitely have those forms that are most known: human capital, financial capital. We have social capital. I think this is pretty obvious to anybody else. Then we have manufactured capital, natural capital, and the 6th form I'm really trying hard to remember. God dang. All right, I'm not going to waste your time trying to remember it. But if you research the 6 capitals, you'll find them pretty easily. But the thing that really blew my mind when I was there was that in order to be truly regenerative in any kind of endeavor, whether it's a profit endeavor, non-profit endeavor, whatever you have, you need to be regenerative in all the 6 forms, the main 6 forms of capital that you have, right? So you can run a, let's say, for-profit DAO that is really focused on, being regenerative and growing with financial capital. And maybe if you're really woke, you're also kind of engaging with regenerating your human capital. But what happens to the other 4, right? Now, the interesting thing is, for a purely on-chain and maybe in the legal world existing entity, it might not be at all necessary to even consider natural capital, social capitals, etc. I'd argue that I think we are all a little bit behind the curve when it comes to understanding how we engage with the 6 forms of capital. And thus, I am proposing that we actually kind of expand our definition of regenerative finance and realize that finance, if we only apply finance to finance, we're missing a lot of the things that actually make finance work, because finance wouldn't work if humans weren't here. And that is my personal conviction, that we really need to engage with the other 5 forms of finance, other 5 forms of capital that exist beyond financial capital. And that is really what I've brought back from Brussels, even though I'm a rookie in these subjects. So if anybody's really interested, chat me up on Twitter, or Graham specifically, to learn about these things in depth. Now, what is the connection between ReFi, or in my broader definition, being regenerative in anything that we do, and the ocean and the situations that we're in right now globally? What I think everyone has heard the news on is that climate change is actually happening. And a lot of the systems that have been around for the previous decade, specifically carbon crediting systems and carbon trading systems, they've done good, they've done bad, sometimes they haven't done anything. But they have definitely been one top-down innovation that was implemented onto the market to just try and direct market forces in such a direction that we're actually able to curtail behavior that is a little bit or pretty much detrimental to the environment. I'm not even going through a formal definition of the environment here, but the problem really is for us at humanity on a global scale. We do not know all the variables that we as humanity are influencing, positively or negatively, that are influencing the environment that is influencing our quality of life. We have to be honest about that and have to understand that there is a certain level of uncertainty regarding this that requires us to actually engage other humans, other groups of humans, and groups of humans engaging other groups of humans to actually figure out what the fuck are we doing? What the hell ought we to do? And where a lot of the innovation that has stemmed from Ethereum's kind of rise is the consciousness. We have to coordinate. And second, we have the means to coordinate transparently. But a lot of the areas that we're coordinating on transparently don't necessarily really cover natural capital specifically. And it is the natural capital that is existing on planet Earth that we as humans have been basically feeding off of for the last 150 to 100, maybe even more years. I'm not a historian. So what regenerative finance, as I introduced it before, is really about for me is trying to find means to set incentives systematically, globally, in such a way that we can regenerate that we have taken from planet Earth and then grow that to be even bigger. Growth from an economic point of view in the kind of legacy way of thinking is really about focusing on KPIs like GDP, labor percentages, wage growth, money supply, these kinds of things. What we really ought to take into account are the other forms of capital as well. And growing the globally existing forms of capital is what we really need to do. And building systems for that is at least what I'm here for in the crypto space. And I know that there are dozens, and in the future there will be hundreds of us trying to do the same thing. What I haven't talked about yet, which I promised to you, was how the ocean is really related to this. I don't want to skip ahead, but I want to bring two things to the table right now. Number one is the relevance of the ocean for the climate, because a lot of the conversation out there is really about, okay, we need to save the climate, we need to prevent global warming, slow it down, do whatever. But what does it really mean? What does that essentially mean? It essentially means we need to prevent greenhouse gases from heating up the atmosphere beyond the point that we can control. But even that little, very narrow definition, it implies that we as humans are capable of exerting control on such a global scale. We're definitely very capable of exerting control over the climate on the local scale, putting silver ions in the air to create clouds or remove clouds. These kinds of things have been done in the past. But what we really lack is the capability to engineer the climate on a global scale, because the climate itself is a hugely dynamic system that is only barely less complex than human society itself. And what research has shown in recent years is that the ocean, even though we thought it plays a minor role in the carbon cycle, actually plays a pretty big role. And very fresh research from 2020, 2021 has shown that the animals, the creatures that actually live in the ocean ecosystem are absolutely instrumental to maintaining the ocean, the global ocean's capability to actually consume and retain and store carbon dioxide. And that carbon dioxide is not only sustained in the ocean, as in the water itself, but also in the substructures that are being formed there as well. And I'm not only talking about coral reefs or mangroves or anything. I'm talking about all the fauna that is living in the oceans. And that is something that has been neglected for decades, really. There's been very little philanthropic funding to ocean research and ocean conservation. And that is, bringing us to the last point, what Moonjelly really is about. What Moonjelly is essentially a coordination system, a coordination game, quite specifically, to drive several forms of capital towards the goal of increasing the survivability and the expansion of natural capital in the oceans. That's what we're doing. And the way we're doing this is that we have created a kind of two-token system that relies on NFTs as an investable asset, but also as a fungible token, as a unit of account within our wider ecosystem. And we have also split those NFTs that I barely talked about into two categories. You have a community NFT that basically reflects any individual user's engagement with the coordination game, but also impact NFTs, which are entirely separate from what is actually happening in the coordination game. Impact NFTs are kind of the core innovation that Moonjelly as a project has started with. And what impact NFTs really are is incredibly simple. Impact NFTs are digital artifacts that are tracking the impact that a certain set of human, or in the future maybe non-human, activities has achieved for the planet. So they're basically, if we simplify it extremely, they're a document that tracks what actions have led to what kind of positive impacts. Now, even if you think about this for a second, you figure out, okay, how can you account for impact? What is impact? That's really a challenge. In case of carbon credits, it's super easy. You have a universal unit of account with just carbon dioxide equivalents, meaning that you have, sequestered a gigaton or a ton of carbon dioxide. You can somehow scientifically, based on scientific principles, prove that. And that's how you can then emit a certain credit, which you can then sell on the market, which somebody else can consume when they are producing carbon dioxide, meaning that you're able to create an accounting economy around carbon dioxide. When it comes to impact, this doesn't really exist. Nobody has really produced that before, ever. There are organizations that are engaged in monitoring what impact is actually, what the impact industry is achieving. Those are Vera and Gold Standard. Those institutions are really kind of like gatekeepers to an entire ecosystem of philanthropy even, meaning it's not a system of true economic activity. It's basically a money sink that is based on the ability to flex or discount something else, given that you have, as an institution or a private individual, invested or dumped money into an impact project. So the function of those two gatekeepers is really to verify whether something has impact or doesn't have impact, or if it has impact, does it have a lot of it or little of it. And what Moonjelly ultimately, as a coordination game, as I introduced before, is about, it's about creating an open access, I'm calling it a game, but it's obviously not gamified. It's more of a service, a community that you can engage with. It's a coordination game that you can that is open, that anyone can engage with, whether they want to bring in their human capital as an entity, as a human being, contributing to the community, or financial capital, bring it into impact NFTs and thus funding the community that then achieves these kinds of impacts. That's what Moonjelly really is about. And that is only like the first step. Bootstrapping community is always hard. I'm sure that a lot of you guys in the audience have, seen that. I've seen it in the TEC. I've seen it in the Commons Stack. I've seen it in Foundry DAO. I've seen it in a lot of ways. Bootstrapping communities is hard. And that's always the first thing you have to do, because without a community, you don't have a reason to exist. But once we have reached the level of sustainability, which we hope to reach this year, the next phase is really the productization of what it is that we do. And the big white buffalo, so to speak, at the end of the horizon that we're aiming for is establishing Moonjelly as a DAO, but as a service DAO. A service DAO is actually disintermediating the process of funding ocean impact. So if we look at what the situation is right now, there's only a philanthropic case for putting money into ocean impact, ocean ecosystem conservation, to be more specific. An individual and an institution may have some external reason to do that. They turn to Vera Gold Standard to have vetted projects presented to them. They donate to these projects, case closed. Whether they get a tax rebate is also an external case. What we're proposing as Moon Jelly becomes DAOified is that instead of turning to these two gatekeepers that are charging hefty fees, and through those hefty fees, they are making it impossible for small conservation projects to become real, we're decentralizing the entire process. So we're going to, through the Moon Jelly Academy, we'll be training individuals to become as qualified as these gatekeepers at validating the potential impact of proposed projects that are coming in from people on the ground. It could be the coast of Mexico, could be the coast of Indonesia, could be in the middle of the ocean, could be scientists from centralized institutions in the UK proposing to do a very big project covering the Antarctica, the Atlantic, and the North Pole. We actually have such a project in talks right now, and that's basically what Moon Jelly as a DAO would be offering. We'd be a service DAO that enables, that allows projects to come in, propose. We would be training individuals to actually vet those projects to the same high scientific standards as Vera and Gold Standard and other institutions. And if these projects are successful, their treasury would be going through a fundraise, which would emit those impact NFTs, meaning those impact NFTs that are emitted would, at the point of creation, not contain any impact. But over time, as the project is executed, as monitored by the DAO, those NFTs would be dynamic, and the metadata that is basically encoded by them would show what kind of impact each individual NFT has actually created. And that's really the case that we have for funding ocean conservation, restoring the planet. And I didn't really go into depth how we're really taking care of the 6 forms of capital. But what I can tell you, like from a high level right now, natural capital, that's the thing that I've been talking about the most. Human capital is what we, regenerating human capital is what we ensure through having a sensible DAO and a really clear skill tree and mission tree that people can progress through, similar to what Metagame is doing. So we are covering those 2 bases already. Social capital is kind of implied by the fact that we are a DAO that has a living community, but that is shaky for a lot of the DAOs out there. So that's definitely something that we'll be having, we'll be paying close attention to. And I call on every DAO out there to also pay attention to that, really. And the other forms of capital, financial, we definitely addressed that also at the very beginning, because we're creating impact NFTs as an investable asset, which obviously hinges on the fact, is it going to be real? Is it going to be possible to actually convince the world's financial markets that natural capital is an investable asset? We have some advanced knowledge from financial institutions from London. This is definitely going to happen. It's happening right now. We're really part of a bigger wave. And yeah, that's basically it in a big ass nutshell. Pure improvisation. I didn't get the slides that I was basically requesting. I hope you guys enjoyed a lot what I was talking about, learned a lot. If you want to learn more, if you want to figure out what the hell is this shit really about, I can really only recommend 2 to 3 Twitter accounts. So obviously, like I said before, if you want to learn about real regeneration, then there's no other than to talk to than Graham Boyd PhD in one string on Twitter. The other account you might want to follow if you're interested in Moon Jelly's progress, that is at We Are Moon Jelly in one string on Twitter as well. And beyond that, I think we are pretty much done here. I'll be checking out the backstage or speaker chat.
Yeah, they want to
happening.
drop some links in there.
At a screen before. I usually, when I talk to myself, I just walk around the office and just do that. No need to have a green shining light next to my camera. So this was a little bit weird, but I do hope that you guys enjoyed this, and you're going to keep following us or start following us on Twitter at the very least.
Yes, sir. Please do drop the links for the people who didn't have time or didn't get to catch how you spell them out. There's a channel for guest shieldings in the stage category on Discord.
Well, Pete, I'm really sorry. I don't hear you for some reason. And I felt so weird all the time not being able to hear anyone, but only now I have the time to actually look at the settings.
Better now? But still no.
No.
I should be able to hear you.
No. That's not good.
Sad.
Just write in the chat. Yeah. So I want to thank you for coming on, and thank you for bringing this different perspective and a bit of criticism to all this refi stuff going on that's so heavily focused on the carbon tokens. I feel like there's like 50 projects that are about carbon tokens. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, yeah, thank you again for coming on.
Yeah, I still don't think he can hear you, bro.
You can't hear me either?
I can hear you loud and clear, bro.
Yeah,
but
okay.
he just can't. That's just not gonna work out.
Yeah, I just wrote in the chat, but I repeated it so the other people can hear me as well.
Okay. Well,
welcome aboard. The floor is
hey,
yours.
everybody. Oh, appreciate it. Thank you for giving me the time. I'm not going to take up too much time. Just wanted to pretty much say thank you to the MetaFest crew and also Bogey, Keith, Penguin, everybody for putting someone. I believe tomorrow is the final day. Perhaps.
Yep.
Yeah. So, man, it's been a long ride. But it's been an educational one, informative one, nonetheless. And I appreciate everybody's efforts and whatnot. Just for like coordinating another one of these festivals, really. So I wanted to talk a bit about Volt and what I'm doing necessarily because I was pretty much like in the lounge the entire time, right, sort of restreaming, recasting with Volt, and it's a utility. Really, it's more so a platform that is going to be open-ended. It's going to be an open source platform. It's going to be in the nature and the ethos of Web3, which is sharing data openly and permissionlessly. But I want to also have a community established around it and sort of like maximizing the growth potential. Because of course, if you go by yourself, you'll go fast. But if you go with a group of people together, you'll go far, right? So really, that's ultimately what I've been working towards establishing with a group of delegates. And I'm still looking for 3 more delegates to help me on this journey, which is also like an epic, if you will, of like decentralizing this entire venue, which has like 5 skyboxes. It's a virtual machine technically, so I want to have an RPC configuration done for it as well. There's a whole lot of things going on with the launch of it too, which is technically next month. And I've got a budget allocated for this too. But I've taken the liberty of making an Oculus artwork piece as well, which I want to go to auction and the winner's going to get it gifted. And it's also going to come with a subwoofer, and which is a wearable subwoofer. That way you can really feel the frequencies like you're in a concert. Control the music, whatever you want to hear, your own genre. If you want to turn off the light show, you can turn off the light show as well. Everything is modular. Everything is reactive. It's an incredible place. And of course, it's an open VR. It's not in Facebook Horizons. If you wanted to be in Facebook's Horizons, you could, though. It's a 20 megabyte world. But it's currently living in OpenXR, OpenVR, Steam. And yeah, I really wanted it to be permission-based and open-ended and really future-proof this way. And it can scale up to like 10 servers in parallel, holding 64 players. So we could really do some digital, you know, it's a sort of time traveling and extended reality experimentation with this sort of platform. But yeah, this right here is going to be the artwork that I'm selling, pretty much just to help kickstart and get this EVM off the ground, sort of like a rocket. You know what I mean? So the idea is pretty much, if you guys want to be a delegate, all you have to do is reach out to me in Discord DMs. I'm one of the speakers here at MetaFest 150, 150. And yeah, I look forward to sort of like helping people dive further deeper into OpenVR, OpenXR, outside of the tentacle, the ranges of like these major corporations. That's really free and open and permissionless. In a commercial base, of course, you have commercial rights. So yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Appreciate everybody for tuning in today, and have a good MetaFest. Really, carry on.